Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Marilyn Petito Devaney, and I have the honor of presiding today at this hearing. I'd like to first welcome you and on this special day, and also to introduce my colleagues, Councilor Kennedy.
Morning, everybody.
Councilor DePaula. And Councilor Phillips. So before I begin, I'm going to make some statements, okay, so that you know that make it clear. First of all, I ask everyone in the room, especially the councilors, to put away cell phones. Put them off, put them away, leave them somewhere, you know, so they won't ring or you're not going to be talking to people. And the other thing is that we had a rules committee, and I offered a rule that all councilors come to the hearing from beginning to the conclusion, and they unanimously voted no. But that rule doesn't apply to me presiding today. So I'm going to ask the council if they will, in respect to the nominee, in respect to the position that we hold, to remain in the chamber to the completion of this hearing, because it's important to hear that this nominee has made in completion of this hearing. So having said that, I'm going to ask you if you'd like to introduce the people that have come here to support you.
Yes, and thank you and good morning, everyone. Thank you. With me today, and I may get a bit emotional as I even introduce the people here with me today, is my mother, Niranjana Bhatt. My father, Hemendra Bhatt, is with me in spirit. He is ill today and could not attend in person, but he's here with me in spirit. I also have Mr. Hemant Mehta, Mr. Girish Mehta, Ms. Pauli Mehta. Mr. Hemant Mehta and Ms. Pauli Mehta are spouses, and Mr. Hemant Mehta actually has known my father for over 50 years. They were roommates in graduate school. They've known me since I was a child. He's like a father figure to me, and I'm so honored that he's here today. Mr. Girish Mehta is the executive director of the Indian Circle of Caring, a nonprofit organization that I provided services to for many years. And Mr. Mehta is a father figure to me, and I'm honored to have him here. Mr. Mehta has actually written a letter of support in honor and pursuant to my nomination. And also I have witnesses who I know you will introduce, Councilor Devaney, but thank you. I beg your pardon?
You can introduce people here that came, please.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We also have attorney, the witnesses, excuse me, I misunderstood, I'm sorry. So my witnesses today are Judge Ordonez of the Barnesville Probate and Family.
No, I have them.
Oh, you have that. And Sumbul Siddiqui, Counselor Sumbul Siddiqui of Cambridge, and Attorney Bill Kennedy of Nutter, McLennan, and Fish.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Councilor Ianella. And the other thing is, I've said it privately, but I haven't said it publicly. And I know I have talked with Councilor Jacob about this. And the thing is that during the pandemic, the former governors in the office, one of the staffers sent out hearings, which is wonderful. We've waited for years for that. And then when it transferred to us, somehow or other, people are calling, and they've been calling for the last year because they want to see the people who are speaking. And the only people are shown are the nominee and the witness. And there's no committee in the country that doesn't show the people that are speaking. And you should know your counselors who are speaking or whoever is speaking. So having said that, I'm going to ask if that will go forward today, that will show everyone, because we do have a public assembly with the Lieutenant Governor, And everyone is shown who's speaking there, so it doesn't make much sense, okay? So having said that, all my business is done, and we'll start with this hearing. First of all, I'm going to call your first witness, and I'm going to ask anyone who's going to speak or who would like to speak to stand and take the oath, okay? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Okay. I'm going to call your first witness, and that's Attorney William Kennedy, partner Nutter, McLennan, and Fish. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. The nominee has asked me to take the former mayor of Cambridge first because she has a Zoom meeting. Is that true? Okay, I am so sorry. So I'm going to grant that wish and you can sit there beside the nominee. Thank you.
Thank you so much for letting me go first, as I have to have a panel. I have to be on at 11. So good morning. It's such an honor to be here to support Attorney Bhatt's nomination as a probate and family court justice. I first met Attorney Bhatt in 2014 after I had graduated from law school and moved back to Massachusetts. We also know each other from the South Asian Bar Association, Greater Boston, and through our work as public service-oriented attorneys. I was so impressed by Attorney Bhatt's dedication and commitment to her work. And as I became a legal aid attorney, it's been such a privilege to hear and witness the impact that she's had. Over the span of the past 22 years, Attorney Bhatt has dedicated herself to addressing a wide array of legal matters, including divorce, paternity, guardianship, and abuse prevention. Her extensive experience uniquely qualifies her for the role of probate and family court justice. Notably, she has worked diligently with individuals facing language barriers, particularly immigrants with limited proficiency in English, so showcasing her ability to bridge cultural gaps within diverse populations. In addition to her professional endeavors, Attorney Bhatt has actively contributed to legal education and court-related initiatives. Her involvement with the Massachusetts Continuing Legal Education, where she has taught and lectured, speaks to her commitment to advancing legal knowledge. Moreover, her participation in committees for the trial court on probate and family court issues underscores her dedication to the improvement of the legal system. In her capacity as the president of the South Asian Bar Association, Attorney Bhatt spearheaded the award-winning grassroots Access to Justice Initiative, the Know Your Rights program. This program has played a pivotal role in empowering South Asian leaders with essential legal knowledge. Her collaborative efforts with the community to illuminate and educate legal issues are commendable, reflecting her passion for public service. I was able to see this passion when I was the community service chair at the South Asian Bar Association and as a volunteer with the Know Your Rights program. Throughout her extensive career, Attorney Bhatt has consistently demonstrated a calm and collected demeanor, even during the most challenging situations. Her adeptness at navigating high-stakes legal matters reflects her resilience and poise under pressure. Whether handling complex divorce cases, addressing paternity issues, or working on an urgent abuse prevention matter, she has approached each situation with professional candor. Her ability to work under pressure is a testament to her exceptional skill set and highlights her suitability for the role of probate and family court justice. Attorney Bhatt embodies what it means to be a public service and legal service attorney. Her commitment to offering hope to families and advocating for the welfare of children is truly commendable. I strongly recommend that the Governor's Council confirm Attorney Bhatt's well-deserved nomination and for recognizing her as a dedicated and compassionate advocate for justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any councilors have any questions? No questions. So you can go to your Zoom meeting. The next witness is the Honorable Angela Antonez, who is the Justice of the Probate and Family Court. Welcome you.
Thank you. Good
Good
morning.
to see you again.
Good to see you as well.
How long has it been now?
Oh, 2000 is when I first came through this.
1,000.
Yes.
You still look great.
Thank you. So I've been a probate family court judge for over 23 years, and I have sat in every division in the Commonwealth. I have served as First Justice of the Nantucket and Norfolk Divisions, and I have served as Chief Justice of the Probate and Family Court. I am currently the most senior judge in the department. I also appear here before you as co-chair of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Committee for the Probate and Family Court. The committee has identified increasing judicial diversity as a priority focus this year. And I want to thank Chief Justice Casey. He gave us the charge. Judge Janine Rivers serves as co-chair with me. Our department has never had more than 3 judges of color at any one time. If you confirm Michelle Yee, Manisha Bhatt, and Bernadette Stark, we will double those numbers. 6 out of 59, because we have the new vacancies. I thank you for your diligence and vetting and considering judicial nominees. Your work is amongst the most important in the Commonwealth. I'm honored to appear before you as you deliberate the confirmation of Manisha Bhatt as Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court. I've known Attorney Bhatt since approximately 2001, when she appeared before me on numerous occasions in Suffolk and Middlesex divisions. She impressed me greatly as an attorney who was exquisitely prepared, extremely knowledgeable, unfailingly polite, and an excellent advocate for her clients. When I was Chief Justice of the Probate and Family Court Department, I asked Manisha to serve on a committee to establish a specialized answer center. She is generous with her time, as you can see from the many awards and recognitions she has received. Her ability to speak 3 languages is remarkable. She would be, or hopefully will be, the first trilingual jurist in our department. Some years ago, I began to encourage Attorney Bhatt to consider applying to be a judge, and I have served as a mentor in this arena for some time. She hasn't appeared before me since probably 2005. She has the essential qualities to be an outstanding judge. She has an excellent temperament and is incredibly respectful in all of her interactions. She's conscientious and hardworking. She's knowledgeable of the law. She has a solution-oriented approach to disputes and will have the ability to help parties and attorneys reach fair resolutions without need for going to trial. She has immense integrity. As an example, she's never once asked me, she has my cell number and we communicate, she's never once asked me for advice on her cases. She understands that justice delayed is justice denied. I end my remarks by sharing that Chief Justice Ralph Gantz of the Supreme Judicial Court was a strong supporter of Manisha Bhatt, and he told her he would appear here if she were ever nominated. And I'm going to end my remarks by reading a letter of support that he sent me some years ago. I write, an enthusiastic and unequivocal support of the application of Manisha Bhatt to serve as judge of the Probate and Family Court. Excuse me. I came to know Manisha when she served as president of the South Asian Bar Association of Greater Boston, where she initiated a Know Your Rights program that became the model for comparable programs later organized by the Women's Bar Association and other affinity bars. Until I became Chief Justice, I served as speaker for many years as part of her terrific program. Although she has not appeared before me in court, I have seen her in action in various roles through my Access to Justice work. I've noted that she is widely admired by her attorney colleagues and by the judges of the Probate and Family Court Department. She has appeared, and I have learned of her extraordinary commitment to her clients. While all of this, as complimentary as it is, does not do justice to describe her. Manisha is simply an extraordinary human being, sincere, thoughtful, decent, intelligent, and absolutely dedicated to the cause of justice and fairness. I know of no one who shows more potential to be a great judge in the demanding probate and family court, and no one better suited to eventually become a leader, mentor, and role model in our trial court. In short, Manisha would be a great blessing for our trial court and for the cause of justice. I urge you to give her the opportunity to serve with great distinction in the probate and family court department. Thank you very much.
That was Justice Gans you mentioned. I miss him so much. I had the honor of meeting him when he was a lawyer. I went all the way up, and it was just tragic. So I'm so glad that you offered that. Any councilors have any questions for the nominee? Excuse me, Counselor, anybody have any questions for the? Counselor Bynum.
Just a comment.
Sure.
Good to see you again, Judge.
See you as well. Barnstable.
That's what I thought. I remember you were in Suffolk.
Yeah, Manisha.
Brother Richard was the registrar.
And your brother spoke on my behalf in my hearing in 2000.
Those are fine. No, it's good to see you.
See you too.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other councilors have a question?
Good to see you, Jen. To see you.
Well, thank you very much. Did you work with Justice Gans too?
Yes.
And in what capacity were you?
Chief Justices at the same time, so we
Oh, wow.
meetings and programs.
We lost someone very, very special. Thank you very much. Your testimony was very valuable.
Yeah.
And our next witness is the attorney, William Kennedy, from partner Nutter, McClellan, and Fish. Is that okay?
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Thank you for having me here today. It's an honor to speak in support of Manisha Bhatt's nomination to the Probate and Family Court. I'd like to start where I thought I would end, which was, there's a saying, there's several folks in the room educated at Jesuit institutions, at Holy Cross, at Boston College, at BC High, including Manisha. And there's a mission of the Jesuits was to train men and women to be of service to others. And I think, as you just heard from the previous two witnesses, that is our candidate before you, Manisha Bhatt. And all that she does in her personal life, in her professional life, is to serve others with empathy, with kindness, with good judgment. She lives that in her entire life. So that's how I was going to end. But I thought, based on the previous two witnesses, who I felt so strongly described her, I wanted to start with that. She will carry that service to others, carry that to her role as a justice in the probate and family court, without a doubt. I first met Manisha not through a case. I never had a case with her or anything like that. I met her when an associate in my office asked me, when I even forget her name, she's no longer with us. She was involved in the South Asian Bar Association and asked me if I would participate in the Knowing Your Rights, Access to Justice program and talk about, I served some time here in the legislature as counsel, if I would talk about the budget process and the legislative process. And I said yes, and I was told to go out to the Waltham Public Library on a Monday night, which I did. And I went out, and Justice Gans and I participated in that program together, I think 3 to 4 years, until he got promoted to be the chief. And then we reached out to our friend, Judge Gregory Flynn, who's a dear friend of mine who sat in the Waltham District Court. And we reached out and asked Greg if he would participate, and he did as well. So I did that for a number of years before the pandemic. And that was my first interaction with Manisha. And from that interaction, a friendship grew and developed with myself, my wife, and my daughter. And I witnessed that night. Now, the people in this program, about 20 people, 25 people around a table, older, middle-aged, all worked during the day, all had businesses, some did, but they were eager to learn about our justice system, so eager to learn about it. And that's what we talked about. And I would talk about the legislature, and Judge Flynn or Judge Gantz would talk about what I would talk about in the course of the court system. And it worked out. We developed a pretty good presentation. But what I saw that first night was how she interacted, how she treated, how's the respect that she gave these people who were there to be engaged in this program. Just, I just saw them all come up to her and she up to them. And to make the program worthwhile. And just really left there, never being exposed to that program before. I think that year they asked me to speak at the graduation, I think. And I just took away from that saying, and I met several other people as well. And just saying, wow, these people are so interested. I know people that can't even get interested in this stuff, but these people are. And she responded and interacted with them. And so every year it was a different group. But I observed the same. And then when I went to the graduation, I saw the full scope of the program, all the different subjects, and these people were so proud. You would think it, it was a graduation of sorts that they had completed the program. But she set the tone. And then we developed this friendship the last 10 years or so, talking, interacting, talking about her cases, talking about my practice, and becoming friends. She would say I was a bit of a mentor to her. Sometimes she was probably on the other foot, but I think we helped each other through our friendship. So I see her as a person that also I've learned a lot of things hopefully from her background that I was not familiar with before. So it's kind of a learning exercise for me as well. But I believe that she brings with her knowledge of the law, of course, and conversation, particularly during this process. I was designated to be involved in due diligence since she decided to be a judge. So we had our own discussions about things that I thought I should be prepared about and to respond to, and I did. But I learned a lot about her during the process and her views, her clients, her practice, different issues in the probate court we talk about, and her different cases that she may have had, and the different courts she may have been in, whether it was Middlesex or Suffolk or wherever. And so even though I never have been involved in the practice of law with her per se, I do have a sense in her qualities, I believe are all transferable. She brings to the bench the knowledge of the law, a great respect for the court and the court system and the court personnel that she'll be working with. And I can imagine when she walks into a court, she says hi to every secretary and every court officer and every assistant registrar of probate there is. That's the way she is. And she'll continue to do that because she wants the court to work together to do what? To administer justice for the litigants that are before her. And I think that she will bring that to her job. She will be fair, and she's a good listener. Talk to me on the phone for an hour, you're a good listener. And she will be very deliberate what she does and try to do the right thing and be guided by the law. She has a heart, but she also knows how to make decisions after deliberating them. So she has confidence, a quiet confidence in herself and how she will approach the job. And that will be, that'll be to administer justice in a fair, in an impartial way. So I really think that Diversity is important, as the judge talked about. She brings a different cultural background, which is good. And I think, but she really is a person that is receptive to everybody. And I think people will feel that they may always not like the result, but they will feel, they should feel that they've got a fair shake and a fair hearing, and she listened, and she thought about what he was doing, and to do the best that she can. So I'm pleased to be here today. I'm open to any questions, of course, but really, she is committed, as the judge talked about and the mayor, former mayor talked about. She is committed to not only public service, for all her time at GBLS and so forth, but also service to others. I think I used the Jesuit mission to make my point. I think she'll continue to do that as an Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court. Thank you for having me here today, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Any questions? I just wanted, oh, I'm sorry.
That's good.
Sorry, Nella. Okay.
I've known Attorney Kennedy for a good number of years. He's one of the most respected attorneys in the Commonwealth. He's a very smart guy. He's very knowledgeable, and he's a real decent guy. We talked over the phone a couple of days ago. It was great to hear from him. We just happened to be going up to the same location on vacation in March. That would be good. But good to see you again.
Thank you.
Your comments mean a lot to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you for adding that. That has a lot of meaning. I could see that. I could see those attributes in him as he spoke. It was heartfelt. Tell me, if you could just name one adjective of an attribute that you will bring to the court, tell us.
One attribute? She's very empathetic. It has great empathy to others. What if we could explain for a second, but I don't mean she's a pushover. I just mean she cares. But I think she's a very empathetic person. And we could define that, just define that she cares of what she's doing and what she does.
Well, thank you for testifying. It means a lot to us. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me. Thank you. Good luck.
And so that will close the testimony. And so now I'm going to open up to our nominee and tell us about yourself, and floor is yours.
Good morning, and before I begin my remarks, I just wish to quickly thank Judge Ordonez, Counselor Siddiqui, Attorney Kennedy, for your extremely kind words and for being here today. I am so deeply honored by your words, and I'm extremely grateful for your support. Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, Senator Lydia Edwards is here. So I acknowledge her. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you, Chief Casey, also for being here. I deeply appreciate your support and for being here today. Thank you, Councilor Devaney, for chairing my hearing. And good morning, honorable members of the council. I know that you have a busy day ahead of you, and as such, I will strive to be mindful of your time. I have enjoyed meeting with and speaking with all of you prior to the hearing today, and I have seen how hard you all work as governor's counselors, and your careful review and thoughtful deliberations regarding judicial nominations have a significant impact on all of the people of our Commonwealth. And I thank you for your hard work, your dedication, and your commitment. I thank Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll for putting their trust and faith in me and nominating me for the position of Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court. Thank you, Ms. McCarthy, and your staff for the kindness that you and your staff have extended to me. Thank you to the Judicial Nominating Commission for all the diligence, hard work, and time spent in advancing me to the governor's office for consideration. Thank you to the Joint Bar Committee for also supporting my advancement to the governor's office. Thank you, Attorney Scott Reed and Chief Legal Counsel, and thank you, Deputy Legal Counsel Castleheim, and also Deputy Legal Counsel Attorney Voodoo of the Governor's Legal Office for all of your hard work, your guidance, and also for putting your trust and faith in me. I have already gone ahead and introduced you my loved ones who are here with me today, so I will, again, just thank you all again for all of your support and for being here. I may get a little emotional as I read my remarks, so please, I apologize in advance and I ask you to just bear with me. I know that you've all seen my resume and my application, and thus I do not wish to be repetitive. But I would like to share a little bit about who I am and how that would inform the type of judge that I would be, should you entrust me with that honor. I am a first-generation South Asian American. The daughter of immigrants from India. Both of my parents had humble beginnings in India, while my grandparents, were raised in abject poverty. As an example, my great-grandfather carrying my father.
Take some water, take your time.
Carrying my father, who was a toddler at the time, often begged for food in the street. In my culture, but especially in my family, education is revered. The pursuit of education is what changed the trajectory of my parents' futures. My father was a very good student and a really hard worker who studied by candlelight at night until he graduated college because the house that he grew up in did not have electricity. The house that he grew up in did not get connected to the grid until the late 1990s. My mother was an excellent student who was always first into her class. But growing up in a family with 11 other children, money was extremely tight. My parents' academic excellence enabled them to get scholarships, which was the only way that they were able to pursue a higher education and ultimately pave a way forward from what had been an endless cycle of poverty. My father immigrated to the United States in 1967 to pursue a higher education. He and my mother had an arranged marriage in accordance with deep-rooted cultural tradition. They will be married for 52 years on January 20th. I have a younger brother, and he and his family live with my parents in what we South Asians call a joint family, another cultural tradition where parents live with their son and daughter-in-law and grandchildren, and each generation supports and helps the other. I grew up in a working-class home, mostly in Brockton. My father spent the majority of his career as a civil engineer for the Commonwealth. My mother worked as a nurse's aide for over 20 years, mostly in an Alzheimer's care facility, because that line of work enabled her to care for my brother and I and put dinner on the table at the same time. As such, we had the basics, but not a lot extra. My parents made sure that my brother and I never forgot that our circumstances were so vastly different from the world that they, my grandparents, and my great-grandparents grew up in. Having visited India many times over the course of my life and learning about the challenges many families, but especially both of my grandmothers, overcame to pave the way for my parents and now me, is a constant reminder of the resiliency, perseverance, and courage that is in my lineage and motivates me to bring excellence to everything that I do. The experiences that I had growing up caused me to constantly ask myself, what can I do? What can I do? And the answer that always came was serve people in a manner that improves lives. Find out what that need is and meet that need through service. Public service is a core value of mine since I was 14 years old. a freshman at Brockton High School. I became involved with a community service club affiliated with the Kiwanis Club of Brockton. Public service is the genesis of my career in legal services. It is the core intention behind the Know Your Rights program that I created. For the last 22 years, I have practiced almost exclusively in the probate and family court. I have appeared well over 1,000 times in the probate and family court. This gives me an expertise in the law, as well as a deep understanding of the constituents of the probate and family court and the day-to-day functioning of the probate and family court. My application does expound upon the type of cases that I've had, but I'd like to say a couple of things about my clients. Being a multilingual attorney has given me access to various cultures. My clients are people who have limited English proficiency, but who also have many other limitations and challenges. I have represented clients from all over the world. I have seen the different ways that families are formed and the various ways that different cultural norms inform family dynamics. If I am entrusted with the judgeship, I would be the first person of South Asian heritage appointed to the probate and family court. The cultural knowledge and experience that I have as a member of this community would add significant value to the judiciary. As you deliberate over my nomination, I hope that you will consider that my legal training and personal experiences provide you with significant experience and insight into the many challenges that the constituents of the probate and family court face. Multi-generational poverty, limited English proficiency, mental health, and substance misuse issues. I have successfully negotiated settlements in hundreds and hundreds of cases involving issues. The cultural humility and sensitivity that I have learned with my clients helped me to understand what has been at stake and enabled me to bring the empathy, compassion, and respect needed to bring forth the resolution. I will just close with the acknowledgement, understanding, and respect that you have an important decision to make. I hope that you will vote for me. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
There you go. Councilor Ainell.
I think you're doing a fantastic job, Counselor. I think, I could be wrong, there might have been an oversight. You didn't ask if there was anyone in opposition.
I was going to do that, but I was going to do it out of order, but thank you. I was going to do it after you people had spoken. I was going to ask if there was anyone who wanted to speak. You know what? Then maybe I'll do that right now. Is there anyone in opposition? Okay.
My name's Patrick McCabe. I've been appearing before this group for like too long, but for some time. The reason I'm speaking today is because some counselors know I said I would speak today about the background of this nominee. She comes from Greater Boston Legal Services. Many of our parents had run-ins with them about 10 years ago. Things have changed. And so in speaking about her background, I'm talking about something that happened over 10 years ago. And so hopefully the changes that have happened in all of our courts have taken these problems away from us. What used to happen 10 years ago, Greater Boston Legal Services, they would represent poor people. And when you're dealing with a divorce and you're representing a poor person, you go in knowing one thing for sure, and that is that the other side is not going to have a lawyer. Now, when one person comes in with a lawyer and the other person doesn't have a lawyer, there's two ways you can go about it. You can either be respectful or you can be a bully. What we saw happening 10 years ago was that every time we saw, and we never saw this lawyer, but every time we saw a lawyer coming from the Greater Boston Legal Services, they were bullies. They went after the other side, basically no holds barred. What I think our courts really need are people who are going to come to resolutions for our families. When I first started my divorce years ago, it was a fight. It doesn't need to be a fight. No one's asking for it to be a fight except for people making money. And I think the courts are going in that direction. But she has been part of the courts for years. And she certainly was around when it was less than pleasant. But from what I'm hearing, she's learned from that. And as long as she is willing to go forward, respecting all the litigants and trying to find solutions that are best for them, I'm supportive. But I just need to bring up, because I had told many people of this body that if anybody from Greater Boston Legal Services came up, I would speak against them, and that's the only reason I'm speaking here today.
Thank you, Patrick. For people who don't know, Patrick has been really a wonderful representative for fathers, because traditionally fathers don't get equal respect in child custody cases. And Patrick has been involved decades, and I have met with him in the Fatherhood Coalition. So I greatly respect Patrick when he comes in, and he's always respectful. And so I want you people, to know this isn't just someone that came out off the street. This is someone who's been involved in this for years. And I respect his knowledge, and I respect what he has to say. So I want to thank you, Patrick. Is there any questions, Councilor Duff?
Yes, this is a segment for direct knowledge of this candidate. Do you have any direct knowledge or interaction?
I am aware that she was, yes.
You've worked with her directly.
I was working with the group of attorneys she was in charge of.
We've all worked
I
with
consider that direct. I consider it direct.
knowledge of her. Is that correct?
She was running the Greater Boston Legal Services.
You don't, we clear you don't like the organization, Mr. McCabe.
I didn't like him back then, and she was ahead of it back then.
That's the question, is people use this segment to go off about things they don't like about law firms or other things. This is about this particular candidate.
Yes.
It doesn't seem to me that you have direct knowledge, by your own admission.
I disagree with you.
Okay, so you have direct knowledge of.
He was head of the Greater Boston Legal Services, and every time we talked to any of the lawyers, pardon me?
I'm finished, thank you. You don't like Boston Legal Services.
Not the way they were behaving 10 years ago. No, I did not.
That's not relevant to today.
I acknowledge that much.
And why are you standing up?
Because
It's time.
I think that's disrespectful to say, but
I think it's disrespectful. I think it's a fact. And I think people get up here and waste. So anyway, thank you for your testimony.
I guess we have another question, Councilor Rydell.
Patrick, I've known you for a long time.
yes.
You live in Park.
Yes.
You're very passionate. I get it. You've been very, very passionate over the years. And you know what?
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt you. I have made a request that we show the person speaking, and we don't see you, Councilor Rydell.
That's okay. That's okay. That's fine with me. You're very, very passionate. I personally think over the last 20 years, I don't know what your thoughts are, that when it comes to parenting plans, the probate court have made big advancements.
I absolutely agree.
Big advancements. I
Absolutely agree.
think that's so important because I'm showing that above to my business when it comes to the probate and court. Good to see you. I understand Councilor Duff's point, but you're passionate on this issue, so.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Any other councilors have any questions? Patrick, so tell me, your involvement with this organization that this nominee belonged to. So are you just relating to the whole, all of the people working there, or what suggestion do you want to make?
I think the suggestions or the problems that the courts were dealing with, many of them have been addressed. So it was not just the probate court. There also were things going on the district court with the issuance of restraining orders. Those things have improved. So, and I want to make very clear, she could be perfectly fine now. I'm just bringing up because I had promised a number of the counselors here that if there was ever a nomination, I would speak against it. I'm bringing up something that we knew was a real problem 10 years ago. As far as I know, it is completely addressed now, but there was a problem 10 years ago.
Thank you. I think for that organization, it's nice that they had that message, but in essence, you have no objection to this nominee.
Not at this time, as far as I've heard. And you're going to have more questioning, I'm sure.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Is there anyone here not on the list who would like to speak in favor of this nominee?
Thank you. Apologies for the informality and not signing up on the list. I was sure I was able to make it today. I will be brief. My name is Lydia Edwards. I'm State Senator.
Just spell it for us. So
Sure. Lydia is Lydia, Edwards, Edwards. I am the State Senator for the 3rd Suffolk District. And I am also have the honor of being a friend and former colleague of the nominee today. I want to talk about our working relationship. I've actually worked as an attorney for some time. I graduated, took the bar in 2006. And so I've been working before I was in politics for many years in legal services. I established a legal clinic after about 2009 or 10, after working at a law firm. And I went to a worker center. It's the first time I had to learn different languages. It was the first time I represented undocumented immigrants. It was a lot of firsts for me. It was the first time I appeared before one of your colleagues in court. And I was scared to death. I was scared to death. I was scared to death, and I needed mentors. I needed guidance. And I had that in Manisha, Attorney Bhatt. I had that in the many attorneys at Greater Boston Legal Services who somewhat adopted me in my small clinic that was dedicated to one thing, and that was fighting for nannies and house cleaners. That's all I did around the state. They weren't paid, they were sexually harassed, they were scared to death, and I'd showed up. I would write a grant to pay myself for the next month, and then I'd operate and work for them with one fee, and that was for them to pay my zip car fees. I did whatever I could to learn, and I had wonderful mentors at the center. But I am a better attorney and better advocate because of Manisha. We passed that law, the Domestic Worker Bill of Rights law. So much of it has to do with domestic relations and understanding the intimacy and how when you work for somebody but also care for them till the day that they die, or you care for their children, so much of that worker relationship becomes also very personal. Probate, familial, and how those laws interact and how we had to separate them in writing the law had a lot to do with the conversations I had with Manisha. So we passed that law, and then it came a matter of implementation, because laws are really just paper until they're actually done. So she invited me to come talk at her Know Your Rights clinic to meet with a lot of members of the Southeast Asian community, where she admitted and knowingly said, there is an issue in this community. The caste system that you have heard about is very much alive and well here too. Some of the people I had to sue were Southeast Asians who were treating other Southeast Asians horribly. But she's smart enough, this nominee is smart enough to know that you can't litigate your way into systemic change. You have to educate your way. That's what she knows, because that's her background. Conversation by difficult conversation, we sat down and walked these families, the professional families, through the law, explaining what you can and can't do. It became more of a beacon of light versus a bludgeon of darkness and angry lawsuits. That also helped me become a better advocate. Sitting down, creating a table, educating, bringing people closer to justice versus slamming it into them. Every single difficult conversation, there were difficult conversations. People walked away from those Know Your Rights, wanting to be a better employer. That's the point. I'm here because of her character, her patience, her welcomeness, and honestly, I have to say, having been practiced in many courts around the Commonwealth before I was in politics, it matters who the judge is. I've clerked for many judges. I've appeared before many. I can say honestly, I have had nothing but good experiences. But I've not really had an experience or been before a woman of color.
That was very valuable. Thank you for coming in and testifying. That question, Counselor.
Senator, it's great to see you. I was going to bring up the letter that you had sent me the other day about this nominee. It was very powerful, said a lot, as did your testimony. And it certainly means a lot coming from you. I doubt if there's anybody in the Senate that is as dedicated and works as hard as you do. I see it every day. And you're doing a great job. Keep it up. Your testimony really does mean a lot in terms of this nominee.
Counselor Jeff.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, and we will submit the letter into the record for Secretary McCarthy. I appreciate it very much. Also, thank you for your service to the JAG Corps. I understand that you have recently joined and we appreciate it. I know you come from a family of service to the Army. Yeah, I echo what Senator Kennedy.
Not yet.
He's not yet Senator.
Don't say anything to Brendan Crichton about that.
That's right, right. Anyway, but thank you so much for your testimony, but also for your work. And one of your other colleagues, Representative Wynn, was literally the very first person who reached out to me. And so when I spoke to the candidate, I said, well, did you work with Senator Edwards? Because I knew you all worked together. And the work that Greater Boston Legal Services does is so important and it's what law is about, is helping those who. Thank you very much.
And for everybody here, we thank you for your service and thank you for the testimony. Very, very important. So now that we've completed that part of the hearing, then I will ask councilors with any of them. Well, first of all, I started with you and we got sidetracked. So I'm going to go back to Councilor Iannella to ask a question.
Before I ask the question, I do want to acknowledge that I did get a letter from Judge Bernie Saracen on your behalf. And there's no one better than the Chief Justice.
Yeah.
Chief Justice Casey, he's top job. What a job he's doing. Kudos to him. Great, great job.
Thank you.
Let me ask you this. You've been in the family court, doing family law for 20+ years. What's the biggest change you've seen over the last 20 years? Let me be more specific, because I'm a strong advocate for children. What's the biggest change that you've seen, if any, with respect to parenting, playing, custody, visitation? I don't do probate court, so those terminologies may be wrong, but I think you know what I mean.
I am seeing a change in parenting plans in that they are more of a shared parenting plan between the parents. And what I mean by that is, when there are two parents and both of them are, if all things being equal, between the parents, there is a 50-50 parenting plan between the parties. And I think that that's informed, Counselor, by the fact that there's, a generational shift in the way families are today. Two-income families and both parents are caring for their children, and so therefore the parenting plans reflect that.
Okay. Let's assume if I had a hypothetical, you have two kids. One's 8, one's 10. One's father, whatever, lives in Weymouth, and the other one lives in Boston. They're young, I don't know what age, what grade in school. Both parents, 100%. I love Johnny and me, I don't want time. Great parents, it's unbelievable parents, okay? What do you do in a situation like that? Yeah, everyone says, but I come in here. The best interest of the children. Weymouth, Boston. I don't even 8 and 10. What's that? 3rd and 4th grade.
Yeah, 3rd, 5th grade, maybe something like that. Yeah.
So what do you do in a situation like that? You said 50-50. What does that really mean?
I mean, it could mean that one leader, that it could be that one of the parents are in.
I'm sorry, Chuck.
Sure.
And there's a disagreement. This is not an agreement. It's easy when everyone agrees.
Sure.
Agree. This is both parents are disagreeing. Okay, sorry to interrupt you.
So I think, keeping the kids in the same school would be important. so their education is not interrupted. And then just, the parents, they would split their time with their kids. It could be, a potential solution could be 1 week, one of the parents is staying with the kids, they switch off, and the next week it's the other parent. Could be like that. I mean, there's a variety, but the point would be to preserve the relationship that those two children with their parents, and that they have that shared, that 50-50 split as much as is possible.
Now, again, back to my hypothetical, is transportation an issue with you in my hypothetical? You live in third or fourth grade, Weymouth, Boston.
Boston,
Where does that fit in the transportation issue?
I think that,
Winter, stock
Sure.
school.
I want there to be parity in the driving, have both parents share the driving, what that is. I mean, Weymouth to Boston, it's a bit of a challenge. I get it, for I went 20 miles away from, or so. But maybe it's split the driving in some way that's equitable. Maybe meet halfway, maybe one parent drives one way, the other parent drives the other way, something to that effect.
I'm sure it's quite as easy as you make it seem. Everyone works these days.
That's true.
I hope that you go halfway on Manisha and Milton and people work. I'm not sure that will work, but I do like the idea that you can start off with like 50. Have you ever had a situation over your 20 years where you've been involved in a case where the judge has appointed a guardian ad litem?
Yes.
And what circumstances would a judge appoint a guardian ad litem?
One of the reasons in my case was that it wasn't really clear what the appropriate parenting plan was going to be. There were mental health issues among one of the parties, and so we needed a guardian ad litem to help us get to the bottom of that.
Let's assume there's no mental health issue. Same hypothetical, they got great parents. Is there any situation you would appoint a guardian ad litem under my hypothetical?
I don't think so. For guardian ad litems are a valuable resource, and for parties who would have to pay for the guardian ad litem, and that can also be a significant expense.
So much guidance, but these are wealthy people.
Oh, I mean,
But you have to make that determination. But it's not like it's suggesting it.
would I automatically default to appointing guardian ad litem? I don't believe that I would. Would not be automatic. I tend not to have an automatic, oh, this is just the way to litigate a case.
I hope you understand. What circumstances would there be to appoint a guardian ad litem? There's no one.
Oh, not, okay, I mean, that,
Great parents.
I
I have a 10 years old.
don't anticipate needing, I would not feel the need to appoint a guardian ad litem in that situation. That's clear that they're two great parents, two kids. I don't think that we would need the expertise of a guardian ad litem at that point.
You don't think it would be helpful?
I don't think that I would need it. If they asked for it, that's different.
It's easy.
Yeah. I don't think that I would approach it I don't believe that I would approach it with a,
Have you had any situations where you've had a judge appoint an attorney for the children?
I have not. The ARC program, the Attorneys Representing Children program.
So that you have, sorry.
ARC, which stands for ARC, stands for Attorneys Representing Children. That is something that's newer to the probate and family court over the last 5 to 7 years. It's something that's come up. So as such, in some of my cases, I've not had that come up, but I have seen other cases where an ARC attorney has been appointed for children. And I think that it's a wonderful program. I think it's an invaluable resource for the cases that do require that level of attention.
Okay, again, my facts are the same, but is there any scenario you could see a judge appointing an attorney for the children?
Certainly. On your, well, with the two great parents, and so then I think it would have to be if there's any concern about the children and their adjustment, if there's some problem with them going to school, if they're having problems in school, then maybe we would need to get some other people involved. It could be a guardian ad litem, or it could be an ARC attorney in that situation.
Strong believer, and I have for the appointment of guardian ad litem and an attorney for the children, especially the guardian ad litem. You're a great person, I'm with you 100%, but at another time, I can explain why. I think guardian ad litem, and Judge, they don't do it. I don't know why they don't do it. And again, I'm talking about, it's not a cost to the court. I'm talking where either one or both of the parties can afford it. I think it's very, very useful. And as a student from working school, what type of person would you appoint as a guardian ad litem?
Let me just be clear. I think guardian ad litem are useful. Please don't get me wrong. What I meant to say is simply that it might not, we might not need it in every case, but that doesn't mean that they don't add value. So I just want to be clear about that.
You don't need it in every case.
Yeah, and that's all. Guardian ad litems, I mean, they are, we have two types of guardian ad litems, right? There's a category E guardian ad litem, E, and a category F. And a category E guardian ad litem is somebody who has a mental health training. They're a social worker, a psychologist, a psychiatrist, something like that. And then there's the category Fs, which is an attorney ad litem. And the difference between the two is the type of work that they can do. So a category F, attorney guardian ad litem, could investigate and report the facts. They can talk with the schools. They can talk with whoever is appropriate to get the facts that the court might be that the court's missing. A category E, evaluator guardian ad litem, is someone who can, with that mental health training that they have, can provide some guidance and provide that level of insight into what's going on with the child, what's going on with the parent, and that level of information is also very helpful in cases.
Yeah, but one thing, again, I do personal injury law.
Yeah.
When it comes to probate, family law, I know very little, so we start with that. But I understand there's temporary orders, correct?
Yes.
And you have a hearing, temporary orders. And over the years, people tell me that temporary orders, these hearings last most half an hour.
Sure.
You guys are busy, I get it, keep off those hours. And at these temporary orders, we're discussing financial situations, in other words, alimony, child support, that's a question that's important. But to me, again, the most important thing is, again, these are not the right words, visitation, parenting plan, custody. And what really is frustrating to me is I say to myself, we got a half an hour, and you got 15 minutes for the mother's lawyer, 15 minutes for the father's lawyer. Oh, man, we gotta talk about, alimony, child support, so 7.5. So you have about 7.5 minutes. I know it doesn't break down quite that way, to advocate for your client for a parenting plan. Whoa, to me, I don't know the answer. You guys are so busy, I get that. But where John and Mary are gonna go, when it's contested, are they gonna go to the father's house this week, or mother's house this week, but he wants to go on vacation, and she doesn't want to go on vacation because it's the grandmother's birthday. Are you kidding me? And then you got that 7.5 minutes, and everyone comes in here and says, it's always about the best interest of the children. I got a great deal of respect for the probate court, but give me a break. I don't know if you have any children, but give me a break. 7.5 minutes. You gotta advocate for your 2 kids. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, if you cough, I have a drink of water, there goes 20 seconds. I don't like that. That's why, again, Yeah, that's why I like the fact that a guardian ad litem will make a recommendation to the court. I can't tell you how, and again, if they can afford it.
Yeah.
We don't have money, the Commonwealth doesn't have the money.
Right.
I get that. But I think it's so valuable, so valuable. Because there's nothing more important. You know, it's important, you know, you have the kids and then it's at night, you want to read them a book, okay? Or you want to watch a movie, or you want to watch the Red Sox game, you know? And then, you know, you want to go to a play, or you want to go to the ballet. I mean, it's 7.5 minutes, come on, you can't do it. You can't do it, so I'm hoping, I say this all the time, because to me, I don't care about the probate stuff, the alimony, it's about the kid. And these kids, I get so many stories. Yeah, you know, it's getting better. Because you know, when you started, it was probably, you know, one spouse had it every other weekend.
Right.
You know, one big night for dinner or something. Yeah, great relationship. Great. Okay? How these judges could sleep at night doing that? And again, we're talking about the contestant. It's everything we're talking about.
Right, right.
It's all about the kids.
Yes.
But it really is about the kids.
Yes.
You know, they all say it's about the kids, but yeah, it took them a long time to get close to 50-50. It took them a long time. And this is one thing of all the work I do, that's the most disappointment that I have about these judges, that it took them too long to get to this point. I think we've seen a huge change, and I'm really happy about that.
Yes.
I'm just hoping,
Yes.
I'm gonna check on you.
Okay.
I hope at the end of the day, you never know, you may get a promotion or whatever, you know, you haven't gotten this job yet. That to me is the most important thing.
Yeah.
It's all about the kid, but it's really about the kid.
Yes.
You know, we had a judge come in, Councilman Devaney talks about it, oh, we're participation, what are we on Zoom? Are you kidding me?
Right.
The kid on Zoom?
Right.
I go to the backyard, there's no baseball on Zoom. Can't do that, you can't do that. So, now, that's good, you gave all the right answers. I'm done here in about 30 seconds. It appears I like Judge Kennedy and Judge Kennedy. Sorry, Bill. Bill Kennedy, Judge Feldman, great people on behalf of the state senator. You clearly have the compassion. It seems to me by talking to you, you have the right judicial temperament. I think you're going to do a great job. And I appreciate you coming here today and you have my full support.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Are you through with your call? Do you want, I'm going to call on you, Counselor. Counselor Duff, are you through with your call that you could ask any questions?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'll just start the
I asked that all cell phones put away, but
I'm timing myself, Marilyn, but since you're timing, that's okay. How are you?
Thank you. How are you?
I am great. Great to see you.
Great to see you.
I'd like to say, you and your family are everything that is great about the United States of America.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
In our several conversations that we had, I did share with you that I had the honor and pleasure of spending several months in India, traveling around the country via the train system and occasionally the buses when there was no train. And it was an incredible experience, somewhat forming of my life. And so I can only imagine your experience in the heritage, the great heritage that you come from. Am I correct that Gandhi was Gujarati?
Yes, you are correct. Yes.
So you were born into service. And I did have the pleasure of being at Ahmedabad.
That's the hometown. Ahmed, yep, that's the hometown.
In seeing where, you know, some of the very first work was being done. But anyway, I'm a big fan of Indian culture and everything, and lived in South Asia, but not India for a year. But in any event, it's stunning to me that you have never been before us. I know you've applied. This is one of the most concise and easy to read and understand applications I've seen in 11 years, which says to me, you know how to write in a clear, concise manner, which is very important. And you've been working, I think your work at the Greater Boston Legal Services, as an attorney, you don't run it, right?
No, I don't run it.
Not the head of it is
No.
represented, you.
No, I'm not.
Boss.
I'm a
You are
staff
an
attorney.
attorney, you're a staff attorney, you're, to be clear, you don't run it.
No, I don't run it.
But the work that you do, in the work you did in college to learn yet another language being Spanish, I think is very thoughtful. And speaks a lot to your character. This paper speaks so much to me of your character. I am so moved by, and I think part of this has to do with the fact that I spent several months in India. And, clearly not Indian to know that much about your culture, but I do know the train system. I did 35 years ago. The stories of your grandmothers, on the trains, in what they endured, in the work that they did. And did you know these women? Did you get to?
I did. Yes, I did. I did.
Heroism that they displayed. I mean, it's just, it's hard for me to even articulate this right here, just because I've had a little taste of it. But what your family, your mom and your dad and your family, what you have come and what you've brought to this country, I thank you so very much. You make us such a better place and such better people. And your work is exemplary. I mean, I really don't have, this says everything. Really is not a lot to ask you. We talked three or four times in depth. And, I agree so much with my colleague. Children are our most precious natural resource in this country.
Yes, they are.
I have kids, but my job is to protect children no matter what, because I'm an elected official and I should be held, and hopefully am held to a higher standard because of that. And for us in the judge here, oversee these courts with so many critical decisions are being made, not just for mom and dad, who often use children as pawns in divorces. I don't think there's anyone that has not unfortunately experienced that, and money can come into that as well. Those with more money can, as was alluded to, hurt people that don't have as much money. But your experience as an attorney, and you're frankly, and I don't think I've ever said this, but I think having someone, in knowing just the bit I do about the South Asian culture, particularly the South Asian Indian, Bangladeshi, some of the close countries, because each country is so very.
That's right. Yes, they are.
The culture. And Americans, native, Americans like me who were born here and have been here for generations, we kind of lump everything together.
Sure, yeah.
It's not lumpy.
Not lumpy.
India is 17 different states. I mean, it's a very huge country, biggest democracy in the world, votes in greater numbers than any other democracy.
Yeah.
If you haven't been there, I urge people to go. It is truly a fantastic place in every sense of the word, in a stunningly beautiful country with challenges like we cannot imagine.
Yes.
Many of them because of the caste system, which does, thank you, Senator Edwards, exist in this country. I mean, not just your culture, but in my culture as well.
Yes.
In white culture. So, I don't have any more questions other than what we already discussed. Thank you for applying and staying with it. Thank you for persevering. We need you. We need people that look like you on the court. People need to be represented. They need to see themselves. Thank you for hearing these people. Thank you for the work that you've done, not just in the South Asian community, but in the communities of people that Spanish, which are many, Central and South American countries, and for representing those who want to come to this country to make us great, because it is truly what makes us a great country. My grandfather came to this country as an immigrant. He lost his father in the influenza epidemic 6 months after he got here as a boy. And yeah, but if nothing compared to honestly what some other people have gone through. But it just, I don't forget where I came from. I don't forget who I am. And I think that matters so much on the bench. So again, thank you very much. You have my full support. I rarely say that, but you know, Senator Edwards, Representative Trump, this Attorney Kennedy, everyone who is speaking out for you, Judge Adonis, you're exemplary. You are the rare candidate that we get because, to be really frank, you could do anything you wanted. You're smart enough to do anything you wanted and make tons of money, tons and tons and tons. You come from, thank you to your parents. This is not just, you know, this is something that you are taught.
Yes.
I think it is generational. Living in a I grew up with a multi-generational family. It matters. And, you know, honestly, all of a sudden, when I'm sitting here, it dawned on me that Gandhi was Gujarati, and then I thought, well, here you go. So anyway, you're walking great steps on great shoulders. So thank you very much. I'm finished, Counselor. Thank you so much.
Before I call on Councilor Kennedy for his questions, I wanted to introduce who came into the chamber, our Councilor from Somerset, right?
District 1, yes, thank you.
Councilor Ferrara.
Appreciate it. Hello. Thank you.
Councilor Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam. A few questions. Some of this I went over on the phone. We had a nice, long conversation on the phone. You know, we get complaints about judges sometimes, the members of the council. And most of them come from the probate court. Why do you think that is?
I think probate and family court, unfortunately, it's a place where many people, good people, they're on the worst day of their lives, the worst experiences of their lives. And sometimes, that colors their perception of the.
I think it's because people think they don't have an opportunity to be heard. And I'm touching on that, in what Councilor Iannella referred to, that when they've got 7 minutes in front of a judge, they don't feel as though they have an opportunity to really present their case. They don't feel as though they have an opportunity to tell their side. That's what I think it is. The other problem that I bring up over and over and over and over on probate court matters is the way you break up trials. You know, I bring it up, nothing ever changes. Everybody sits in that chair and says, well, mine, they do. They start a trial, they go 2 hours, say, okay, we have to continue this, I have more work to do. I'll see you in 3 months. Okay, right? Happens?
Has happened.
Yeah. And you come back 3 months later and the judge is flipping through his or her notes and then trying to remember what it was about, you know. And one of the most important things you do as a judge is you assess credibility of witnesses. That's pretty hard to do if you're finishing a trial 3 months later, to remember that you might have notes, but remember the demeanor, to remember the manner in which they answered questions, whether they appeared to be truthful. You're not going to remember that, right? So why do we do that? I do criminal work. You'll never catch me in the probate court unless my wife smartens up. After almost 40 years. But I start a criminal trial, we finish it. Other things get bumped. Why aren't they doing that in the probate court? It doesn't make sense to me.
I understand that, I mean, having experienced that myself and knowing what that's like, I can assure you that if I have a pretrial conference before me, if I'm entrusted with this position and I have a pretrial conference before me, because I would want to avoid what you were just saying with the breakup of a trial, I would look very, very carefully at the witness list. I would look carefully at the exhibit list. I would look carefully at what the council has proffered as estimated trial time. And I would see if it's realistic. And what I mean by that,
set a realistic trial time. You say, this is gonna take 5 hours, or this is gonna take a day and a half. So
Yeah.
some of them might take 3 weeks, and some of the more complicated ones.
Right.
But you allot that amount of time and it goes over. Anyway, what are you gonna do? You're gonna finish it, or you're gonna say, we're gonna come back in 2 months?
I'm going to do my very best to finish it because I mean, what you said is very important. I would do everything that and another thing that I would do, Counselor, in light of the fact that this is a problem, is I mean, I would schedule the trial with a very realistic trial time. And position, I would periodically check my calendar and see what cases are settling, what's not. And and that way, if trial dates become available, then I'll know, like, then I will have a really realistic understanding of what my month looks like. So that way I can squeeze and move things around, because I really do believe that it's important for the probate and family court to adjudicate cases in as timely and as efficient of a manner as is possible.
Why do you think it is that folks like you come in here and say that, and then they go back they get their job and they're in there, and it's the same old thing? Is it just the culture?
I don't know, I'm not there yet, you know, but I don't know.
You've been there for a long time. That's fair enough. Are you fluent in Spanish? I saw you were a Spanish major. And you speak Gujarati?
Gujarati.
And how many Indian languages do you speak? I'm aware that there are many different Indian languages.
There are, but so Gujarati is the language that I speak fluently, but Hindi is a language that I understand. And Hindi and Gujarati, Hindi is the national language of India. And so Hindi and Gujarati are very, very similar, kind of like a Spanish and Portuguese sort of similarity. And so as such, because as a child, I watched Bollywood movies with my parents, that's how I learned Hindi. And so I can understand every word. But when it comes to speaking it, I end up then speaking Gujarati instead, because the gear in my brain kind of switches to that. So there are 4 languages in my head right now, basically: Hindi, Gujarati, Spanish, and English.
That's great. I raise that because as a criminal defense lawyer, I've represented some folks from India and various parts of the world. We have a huge problem in the court system with interpreters. You're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Part of the reason is with contract interpreters, my understanding, they haven't received the pay raise in almost 20 years. It's kind of crazy. They're barely making minimum wage, as I understand it. So they can't be bothered. They can make more money somewhere else, which is a shame. But in any event, I'm going to wrap up because the Lieutenant Governor is going to be coming in a moment for our assembly. I enjoyed our conversation on the phone. You answered a lot of questions for me. I think you're incredibly qualified. You have great support. You know, your speakers today were fantastic. I have as I indicated, a lot of respect for Senator Edwards. And Judge Tejal Mehta told me if I didn't vote for you, she'd never feel. Okay, and she's my dear, dear friend, as you know. So I'm kind of boxed in there. I'm looking forward to voting for you next week.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Council, before I call on the counselor, we do have an assembly with the Lieutenant Governor. So it looks like we'll be continuing this hearing after the assembly. You can remain, it's only 5 or 10 minutes, okay? And I ask the councilors to be respectful, to come back and to be at the completion of this hearing to hear everything that the nominee is going to present. So with that, I'll call on Councilor DiPaolo. I'm sorry, what? I'm not taking a break until she walks in the door. Okay, Councilor DiPaolo.
The door until you take a break.
Councilor DiPaolo. Councilor
Good
DiPaolo.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I might get interrupted, but that's okay, because we'll follow our chain of thought. We heard already this morning, you've been through the JNC twice before this, right? So twice you were on a governor's desk. I'm really happy that you're here and not sitting on the governor's desk anymore. And I'm especially happy with all of the probate openings that we have, thanks to the legislature, that we have this administration in place, because I think they're doing an outstanding job. We had a good conversation about some of the issues that have come up around access to justice, cultural competency, so we don't need to talk about that. I do want to talk a little bit about just one issue that's important to me. So I think during our conversation, I brought up a case that was in your application about a sua sponte removal if the mom was in a homeless shelter. So I'm not putting you on the spot. Do you have a general familiarity?
Remember, yeah.
So, I had asked what I would like to know, because I don't think the public fully understands what happens here. Could you tell us why the removal of that child was so consequential and counterproductive to both the mother and the child in that situation?
Yes. Well, my client was in a shelter. I was in a shelter, and in order for her to retain her housing, she needed to have custody of her child.
Right.
And so, when the custody of the child was taken away from her because of the fact that she was in shelter, and I think there was a misunderstanding about what the shelter was. Perhaps the judge thought that it was cots in a room versus what the shelter was actually just like it was a single family. It was like the first floor of a 3-family house, and they were it was a roommate situation. But what that did is the removal of the child compromised her shelter placement. She would have been on the street. She would not have been eligible to apply for because of the fact that she was rendered ineligible by this removal. So it was a matter that we had to take to the appeals court in order to address the inequity in that.
And thanks to your advocacy, it was rectified.
So yes, thank you.
I doubt that the judge intended, that was an unintended consequence,
I
right?
think it was an unintended, yes.
So we talked a little bit about with the time crunch and the resource crunch, how are you gonna get to know all of that information that might impact your decision, right?
Fortunately, I mean, coming from this line of work, I've learned a great deal of how family law intersects with other areas of the law. And so, and being a legal services attorney for the last 22 years, I've seen just, like I said, the many ways in which family law intersects with other areas of the law. And I've learned how to ask questions of clients in a concrete manner. I've been able to interview clients in a relatively with some efficiency by learning what questions to ask, when to ask them, so I can really get a good flavor of it.
And that only comes from the experience of doing it and working with the clients over these years. And from the cultural side of things too, right? I need to mention, I heard it mentioned, 6 out of 59 probate judges, people of color.
I think it's 3 at the moment.
Was it 3?
It's 3 at the.
Down 6 then. If all 3 get, yes, okay, fantastic, we're almost at 6.
Almost at 6.
And so I just wanted to applaud the administration again for the direction we're moving there. In my neck of the woods, I don't know how many judges total sit in all the courts in Central Mass, but I know we have 1 judge who's a person of color. Oh. Now, and Cheryl.
It's gonna bring.
Oops, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see everyone. Happy New Year.
Oh, dear.
Why don't I go ahead and get us started if you all are ready, and recognize Councilor Iannella for a prayer and for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you very much. We seek blessings on the task before us. Bless our efforts with clear insight, our deliberations with wisdom, our work with clarity and accuracy, and our decision with impartiality. Amen. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
To God.
indivisible, with
Liberty, justice for all.
All right. Happy 2024. Good to see everyone in the new year. We can go ahead and begin. I'd like to recognize Counselor Duff for a motion to record advice and consent for the financial warrant.
So move, Governor.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Duff, seconded by Counselor Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. I'd like to recognize Counselor Ferreira for a motion to record advice and consent for the pending list of notaries public and justices of the peace.
So move, Governor.
Is there a second? Seconded by Counselor Devaney. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. And at this point, I'd like to recognize Counselor Ianella for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Elizabeth N. Dewar to the position of Associate Justice of the Supreme Judicial Court.
Thank you very much. I make the motion to appoint for as a member Associate Justice of the Supreme Judicial Court.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Ianella, seconded by Counselor Ferreira. Under discussion, Counselor Devaney.
This is just an amazing person and how welcome she's going to be. And she has been involved in every type of law. I was never so impressed with anyone as she is, and she has compassion. That's what I'm looking for too.
Thank you.
Very proud to vote yes.
Thank you, Counselor Devaney. Any other comments? Seeing none, I would ask our secretary to please call the roll.
Jacobs?
Yes.
Ferrera?
Yes.
Yes.
Ianella?
Yes.
Duff?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yes.
DePaulo?
Yes.
7 members voting, 7 in the affirmative. Oh, did we get everyone? Yes, we did, right? The matter carries. Thank you. I thought for a minute we lost you, Counselor, so that's terrific. Okay, I'll move on the agenda, and I'd like to recognize Counselor Duff for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Michelle A. Yee to the position of Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court.
So move, Governor.
Motion made by Counselor Duff, seconded by Counselor Jacobs. Any discussion? Counselor Devaney? Excellent. Motion's been made and seconded. May we please call the roll?
Ferrera?
Yes.
Devaney?
Yes.
Ianella?
Yes.
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yes.
DePaulo?
Yes.
Jacobs?
Yes.
7 members voting, 7 in the affirmative. The matter carries. Really appreciate all the time and attention all of you have provided during the hearings for these 2 individuals, and looking forward to a really terrific 2024. And with that, I think our business is concluded. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Made, seconded. All those in favor, all those opposed, the ayes have it. Thanks, everyone.
I'd like to just take a.
We'll continue with Counselor DePaulo.
Thank you, Counselor. So just to pick up on where we're at and wrap up the idea. So I wanted to go from the example that I asked you to describe, where the impossible situation that the mother was in that case. And I wanted to ask you, I'm very interested and concerned with the way the courts are evolving their understanding of brain development as it relates to outcomes in our justice system. So I just want to know philosophically how you balance the best interests of the child in, for example, I guess the situation I brought up, but in any situation where we know the damage that can be done to a child from the mere act of trafficking, but then we know that we need to keep the child, obviously, safety is paramount. But how do we juggle close calls? I mean, philosophically, what do you think about?
In those instances, I think that that's probably a time when it would be appropriate to appoint a guardian ad litem, to kind of, to give that perspective, that information to the court. I understand, I mean, I think it's really important to make sure that children have, that they have the best possible upbringing possible, one that is stable, what that is,
Are there consequences that follow with the population of children who end up having to be separated from caregivers? Like, are there negative outcomes that are disproportionately experienced by that group?
there can be, there can be, it's, and so as such, we would, I would be very, very cautious and wish to ameliorate that, with the cases that come before me.
Okay. I asked because I've been reviewing, there's a report from the ABA about the trauma of separation, and I find it very intriguing and interesting the way the body of evidence has slowly grown around the outcomes for kids who are separated and the brain development issues for kids who are separated, because childhood trauma exacerbates and slows down
That's right.
the brain development, right? And we get a little.
Yes, exactly.
So I won't belabor that, but I wanted to get your thoughts on that into the hearing record. Again, I'm really excited to have you, and I'm really impressed with the administration for putting forward strong candidates like you. So thank you for your time this morning. I look forward to voting yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're-
Good afternoon. Welcome. It's wonderful to see you and your family here, and what an emotional start, which I appreciated, just the heartfelt nature of the words that you offered and those who came out in support for you. I want to start by saying, thank you again for making the trip out to see me and the time you spent. It was a conversation I really valued and enjoyed. It was lovely to get that opportunity to sit with you and meet you, get to know you, and we talked about so many things that really just reinforced the amazing nominee that you are. One of your witnesses led off talking about how you have dedicated yourself to service, and that's something we talked about together. And the programs that you've been a part of starting and continuing, the Know Your Rights, the DEI work you've done, Justice is Sweet, and it goes on and on. You've got I said that at the time to you, that just the list of things that you have served and been recognized for doing is just, it's an incredible list. Having said that, it leads me to a couple of things I'd like to just follow up with, discuss again. One, we talked about cultural competence. We talked about cultural humility as a concept. And so I wanted to give you an opportunity to sort of talk about your own, the work you've done, coming from a culture that has its own, multifaceted aspects that are so relevant in probate and family court work. But then, as a jumping off point to other cultures that have their own unique aspects that have an impact in how family structures work, and how belief systems and value systems and how those might play out. Just give you an opportunity to talk about your perspective, the work you've done, and how you as a judge will bring that to your courtroom and the impact of that in the work you'll do.
Sure. Well, so being a bicultural person, being an American-born person of South Asian heritage, I always have felt that the experiences that I had growing up from those of my my classmates and my colleagues, and so what that taught me to do is approach people with, and I love the fact that we were able to talk about cultural humility versus cultural competence. And I learned something from our conversation, and I really enjoyed that very much. And I now approach I have approached people, through all of my clients who are people of color, who have different linguistic backgrounds, with cultural humility. Just because I have worked with a particular client base, people with who identify with a particular culture. It doesn't mean that I am always going to be, that I'm an expert in the culture. What it means is that I am always going to be learning more and more about culture and about the nuances that culture plays in family dynamics. But that, and so it's one thing to say that cultural competence, you feel, some people feel like they've gone to a training and now they're culturally competent with respect to a respective culture. But I realize that actually, cultural humility, cultural competence, it's all a work in progress. And it really does take, the compassion and empathy and just a deep receptivity to people and hearing about their experiences and always understanding that while you might think that the cultural norms inform this family in this way, you have to take every family as an individual and understand that there are different nuances to every family. And so if I'm entrusted with this position, I would approach the families that come before the probate and family court with that perspective.
I appreciate that so much. My next question is actually sort of related but different. Thinking about the court and the courthouse, the courtroom as its own cultural entity with its own values, its beliefs and behaviors, some healthier than others, depending on sort of what culture has been ingrained in those institutions. And so I would like to hear from you as a judge in a courtroom, what values and beliefs you intend to model, but also attempt to instill in your court, as it relates to things like, creating a culture of respect or creating a culture. I'll give you to your own words, but how would you approach that, and what values would you bring to the bench in that way?
I mean, I think it's really important that to lead by example, right? And to create that cultural respect by being that person that is respectful to all staff, all personnel, and really, I think just talking the talk but walking the walk. And so when you do that, that then I think has a ripple effect on all the people that are around you, and then. Like I was saying earlier, with when there are other, when there are cases before me, treating each family as, and conveying to them as clearly as I can and as compassionately as I can, that I care deeply about them and that I respect and acknowledge that their family is unique and deserves the respect and the acknowledgement of being unique. And so there's no one size fits all as a solution to the reasons why they're there in court. And that I'm here to listen, and that I would, and that I would want all of the people that are working with me in that courtroom to convey that same message of receptivity and understanding and respect.
I appreciate that. Lastly, I just want to circle back to another conversation that we had individually, but around, and I'd mentioned too that I've met with people who have suffered domestic violence, who have come through probate and family court and had various experiences that have led to advocacy on their part to try to affect change through legislative means and otherwise. And so they came from a standpoint of being very concerned about judges that are nominated and confirmed that they have an understanding and awareness around issues like coercive control and using the courts in an abusive way. And so I just wanted to give you an opportunity to share your perspective on both those issues, but also as a judge, how you might bring an awareness or a perception if the court is being used in that way, or if there is a victim of domestic violence who is intimidated or otherwise impacted, how you might create a safer space, safe environment on those issues.
So, I mean, having worked extensively with, who are survivors of domestic violence, I do have a great deal of experience with coercive control and the issues that we've talked about with people who are, who engage in abusive litigation tactics, who use technology and financial control as a way, as another way of maintaining control over another person. And so as such, I mean, the right questions to ask are things that I feel are in my wheelhouse right now. I feel very comfortable asking somebody those questions, and I would understand where to go with what the responses that they give me. But with respect to how I would work with a survivor of violence or abuse, I think it's really important for a judge to, when there's evidence that, oh, there's already a restraining order in place, or there's, it would then set up in me the need to make sure that I read all of the pleadings in the file. So that way, I do not need to ask someone to repeat allegations that they made, because that could be something that's re-traumatizing for them. So when there are issues of domestic violence, I think it's really important to make sure that I know all of the facts in the case, but also to exude, to treat those clients with compassion, and also to be patient when I see if someone is struggling, to give a response, understanding that this could be a trauma response, understanding that there could be other reasons why someone is not able to answer questions as rapidly as others may.
I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. I don't have any further questions. I'll just reiterate that it was a great pleasure discussing the many things that we discussed, and that your experience, your resume, your application, just really impressive. And so I hope the experience of coming through Governor's Council is one that you'll remember fondly. But that's all I have for today for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Council Probate.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you. I appreciate the conversation we had a couple of weeks ago. I told you, we don't remember the days, we remember the moments. One of the worst moments of my life was having a judge yell at me that joint physical custody doesn't work. And I have 3 lovely daughters, and I can attest that it worked out perfectly when they were 2, 6, and 8, and now they're 24, 28, 32. So, but you did agree that shared physical parenting is preferred, with all other things being equal.
Yes.
I appreciate that very much, near the end of my heart. Your thesis, what was your thesis about, Toulouse?
Oh, my thesis was about Jose Marti, who was a Cuban revolutionary. And he spent time in the United States, and it was really during his time here that he kind of became impressed with the freedoms that we have here in the United States, and that's what led to him fighting for freedom, fighting in Cuba for freedom from Spain. So it's just to me it was just a testament to our wonderful country and the impact that our nation has on so many nations throughout the world.
I thought it was fascinating that you would write about something like that for your dissertation, so it's great. I think you're a great candidate. You have Judge O'Donnell's here, which I have high regard for, and other people. You got the chief here. I think you're gonna make a great judge. I think you're gonna be empathetic, sympathetic, kind. And I brought up with the last candidate, the complaints I hear most is like people can't get to court. Somebody gets a restraining order, whether it's dad or mom, and they had to wait 4 months and they can't see their kids for 4 months. And I hope you can help change that.
So too.
Maybe with more judges on the bench, or
I think that could
whatever
be.
you can do to change it would be much appreciated by all the citizens of the Commonwealth.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have my vote next week.
Thank you.
It was such a pleasure to meet with you. Thank you for all the time that you afforded me. But I'm going to tell you one thing. This is the first time I've looked at a questionnaire in 25 years that I didn't know the result of the case. But meeting with you for hours, I did find out, filled in the blanks. But most of at the end of your case, you'd say it was amicable you know, it was amicable. That doesn't tell me what was amicable, what happened, who got what, who looked after the children. So that's the only thing I was gonna say, but it doesn't matter, you're here and you're so qualified, so that's it. But, and I will refer to the letters that I got from you. And, I know that Judge Maida, who I have such respect for, and, she was the first of, in my tenure, to vote for someone of Indian descent. And she has been marvelous, and now she's elevated to the Aya Court. I couldn't be happier. Now, I'm going to ask you something that I know came up it came up in the paper, in the Boston paper. And the only ones that were on the council were Council Ionella and myself. And it brought up a judge's decision. And anyway, this was like a year after she had become a judge. And the case was a husband and wife had been divorced. And the father of the children was a wonderful father. He used to see them practically every day. He only lived a quarter of a mile from the house. And he would take them places, and he even, Christmas Eve, he would stay overnight to be there Christmas morning for them to open their presents. So the story in the Globe was that the wife was asking for removal to move to across the country to Oregon with her toddler children. And she had no job waiting. She didn't know anyone there. She didn't have a friend, didn't have family. And so the judge awarded her that privilege to move with the children. And I couldn't believe it. And they don't use the word visitation anymore, thank God. And he was given the father, this wonderful father, he was given visitation rights, 1 hour on the computer. You can't hug a computer. So he literally was divorced from his children. So given that, you know, it made such an impression on me. And that was the first year I was here. So I have been very, very watchful about removals. Now, what criteria would you use to allow someone to move the children?
So the case law is that you have to look at 3 factors. First, you have to look at what is the parenting plan between the parents. And if there is shared parenting, 50-50 parenting, then that's already an obstacle against removing the child. The second thing you have to look at is whether or not the parent who wants to move with the child out of state has what's called a real advantage to moving out of state. And an example of that would be a promotion at work, a job opportunity of some sort. And then the final analysis is whether or not there's what is in the best interest of the child. And so that's the criteria that you have to that you have to use in order to remove a child. But when there is a parent who is so deeply involved, like you were describing, I think that the case law is against a parent being able to remove the child from Massachusetts.
Could you tell us about the case where it was visitation rights for the grandparents and Judge Rivers was the opposing law?
Oh, yeah, that was a case, yes, that was a very serious case where the client was actually greatly physically injured by the opposing party, and then the grandparents wanted to intervene and have parenting time. And so we were able to amicably resolve it because it turned out that the grandparents did have an extensive relationship with the child.
So how many cases have you had in your career?
Oh, thousands.
But I think it's valuable to have someone with your background, knowing their language, because we really lack that in our, in the Massachusetts court systems, where you can speak those, Indian languages in Spanish. I think that's wonderful. This is really, we talked about it, and you had a client that ended up being murdered.
Yes, I did.
Tell us about that.
That was the worst case that I've ever had. It was early on in my career. I was representing a client in a divorce, and my client was brutally murdered. And the effect that that had on children, and it was devastating. I remember getting the call from Boston police the Monday after it had happened, when they had said, that, because my client had my business card in her pocket. And so the Boston police called me to let me know that this is what had happened, and they said it was just the worst.
But let's go back, because I know the story. We spent hours together, and thank you. And you're on the Wall of Fame for the Belgian waffle. I want you to. And that's Judge Gans, God rest his soul, and Justice Island, and Justice Bhatt. So I just don't have room on the wall to put all your names. But anyway, so why don't you tell us, because I know, what was the case about that led to this?
No, it was a divorce case, and we were trying to work it out. And what had happened is, apparently my client was meeting with her with her spouse to go over the taxes. And it led to, apparently it was the kids were with their uncle and aunt. And I guess the argument, it got very, very heated.
And that wasn't the best situation. We talked about that.
No.
Terrible.
It was terrible. And so, and unfortunately, the husband ended up killing my client. The neighbors called the police because they heard the screaming. And so, and then the husband tried to commit suicide, but it was an attempted suicide. When the police called, also the ambulance came as well, and they were able to save husband's life. Husband was committed to a psychiatric facility. My client was not able to be saved. And unfortunately, I got the call on Monday morning after. It's awful, just awful.
And so what's the follow-up? How was he prosecuted? What happened to him?
Well, there was some time because of the mental health issues. There was some time for the prosecution. It took about, I want to say, 9 years or so from the time that my client was murdered to the husband actually being competent to stand trial. And then a trial ensued, and I was asked to come in and testify because I guess the prosecuting attorney thought that my testimony would be important to provide the motive component for the case, which was the divorce. And so I was there to testify.
But what's so sad about that, if they only had gone into a loving, home, but then to, aunt and uncle who had no relationship with them, no connection with them, and not loving, and those poor children. There should have been a better way that the judge made that decision, I think.
I don't know I think the aunt and uncle must have filed the right paperwork in court, and they were the only relatives at the time that were capable of caring for the kids. And so, yeah, I'm sure that, I think the aunt and uncle just did what they thought was best, but it was just an all around awful situation.
Well, tell us I'm sure there are many, but can you think of one that stands out as your most rewarding result of a case?
So most recently, I had a client's child call me to ask me to do an interview. I'd helped the client get a divorce, and that case also resulted in the children being able to qualify for what's called special immigrant juvenile status. So the children were able to get immigration relief as a result of the help. And so that client's child called me. She is now in college and she's pursuing a criminal justice degree. She wanted to do an interview with me because she remembers me as her mother's lawyer, and she remembers how she really valued the help that our agency was able to provide her. And so she said she just thanked me for my service, and she said that she was so inspired by the work that lawyers can do to make the lives of people better, that she is considering, that she's studying criminal justice now and she's contemplating law school. So to see the impact, also, on my clients, but also the generational impact on her children, that is what's very rewarding to me.
Okay. And you've got many awards too. I want to congratulate you
Thank you.
for being a Massachusetts, out with Massachusetts top lawyer, and
Thank you.
it's wonderful. Going forward, what do you see as, now you've had all these clients that have benefited from you because of your language ability and all that. What do you see going forward? Do you have many clients in that category?
I do have many clients who are limited English proficient. The majority of my clients happen to be Spanish speaking, but I do have clients who speak Arabic, who also speak a Portuguese, Haitian Creole, and sometimes Gujarati.
Well, I've got to follow up on Councilor Ianello, what he said about that you talk to everybody,
I did.
because that means a lot to me. That means a lot to me. When I first was elected, I got a call from a custodian in a court. And he's very shy. I asked him if he'd come in person and testify. And he said he had never talked for a judge before, but he had to tell me. And he talked about this judge, and she was going to a higher court now. And he said that she talked with everyone. As a custodian, whatever their position was in the court, she knew everybody, and she talked to everybody. And that told me, and when we had people testifying, I said, "You're wonderful people testifying, but the best one that you had was the custodian that called me." Because that showed me you have compassion and you care about everyone. They don't have to be in the highest court. They don't have to be the highest politician. You care about everybody. So that's what I see in you. And I've said it many times, I would never vote for anyone who didn't have compassion. And you have it posted on your forehead. But anyway, I've got wonderful letters. And I did tell you that Judge Maida, and she just couldn't say enough about you. And I just think the world of her. We're so lucky we have her. But we had Janine Rivers, who wrote a wonderful letter. She is a judge. And she talked about you opposing counsel on that grandparent. So what was her position in that?
It's my opposing counsel, and what we worked it out. She's an outstanding lawyer, and now she's an outstanding judge. But I mean, her position was that we should try and work on because the grandparents had a relationship, that we should try to work something out for the child.
What was your position?
I beg your pardon?
In your position, opposing. She said you were opposing.
Right, but we ultimately ended up working it out.
And also from the Indian Circle for Caring, we got a letter from I'm probably not pronouncing it right, Girish Mehta, and he's the founder and executive director. And he talked about your leadership, your personal skills and qualities, and your passion for law, passion for fellow human beings, listening skills, objectivity to be open and fair, as well as organizational skills, all are noteworthy. And, he talked about your boundless energy and your achievements and, and what you have done with the Indian Circle for Caring USA. And also, we got a letter from, let me see, from Attorney Ernest Saracen. And he said that it had been a pleasure working with you. And you were on the board of Bar of Overseers, and where you distinguish yourself with your hard work and being well prepared for board meetings, and your calm yet decisive manner has been a sense of fairness. So he's recognizing all of these skills, and he said that that you have more than 20 years' experience in the probate court, and the difficult emotional, legal, and financial challenges facing litigants embroiled in domestic violence, child custody, and divorce matters. There is no question, he said, in his mind, that Miss Blatt, if she were a probate and family court judge, would calmly work very hard to analyze and fairly resolve these complex factual and legal issues. Thank you for your kind consideration of my recommendation. So, I mean, it just, everyone is so pleased. I am pleased, everyone is. I thank you for applying. You did before. And that, what year was that? Remind me again.
I applied in 2017 and in 2022.
Okay, so I'm glad you applied again. And I tell people out there, if you didn't make it this time, please apply again. And that was not in Governor Healy's administration.
Yes.
Yeah. So what I say is, and I say what I believe from my heart and my head. Sometimes political people, they get ahead in the line, okay? And people like you don't make it. So if you don't come back, if you don't reapply, we lose you. And we have lost good people because then they see someone that was nominated and they know they were so far more qualified than that person. So I thank you for reapplying. And I thank the governor, lieutenant governor, and I could be more pleased next week to put your name in nomination. And I'm sure it will be unanimous. You can see by the people here who support you. And thank you and thank you for all the time. It was such a joy, really. I hope they'll come out again. All right. Thank you all, and I'm going to adjourn now.
I'm going to get our hearing started for our nominee to Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court, Bernadette Stark. So I'll be calling this meeting to order at 1:35. And I'm sure my fellow counselors who are trickling back in from lunch will join us as we go. So let me start off by saying congratulations on being nominated. I'm very happy to be chairing your hearing and representing Western Mass for what I consider a stellar nominee. Why don't we start by you introducing the people you brought with you today?
Absolutely. Today with me is my partner, Kate, my mother, Griselle, my aunt, Lucy, my cousin, Marisol, my former law partner, Raymond Dinsmore, one of my witnesses, my second witness, attorney Corey Carvalho, and my former student and friend, Cheyenne.
Welcome. Thank you all so much for coming out today and look forward to hearing from your witnesses shortly. So like I said, I am Tara Jacobs. I represent District 8. I'll introduce those of us who are present and I'll introduce the others as they come through. But we have our Honorable Councillor Devaney, Councillor Duff, and Councillor DiPaolo here today. And I will start off by reading into the record your nomination letter from the governor, December 8th, 2023 to the Executive Council. Dear councilors, I'm pleased to nominate Bernadette Stark to the position of Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I am enclosing the resume of the nominee for your convenience. Sincerely, Maura T. Healy. So I'm going to start with your first witness and ask you to come. You can stand, you can sit, but right next to Attorney Stark, this is Attorney Raymond Dinsmore, former law partner. We have a few more cycling in. Before you get started, I'll introduce them when they come on. We have Councillor Kennedy joining us and Councillor Iannella joining us now. Welcome, gentlemen. Whenever you're ready,
Right.
free.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Jacobs and members of this council. My name is Raymond Dinsmore and I'm attorney and partner at the law firm of Haber, McKenna and Dinsmore, which is an employee rights law firm in Massachusetts and Connecticut. I'm truly honored to be here today to speak in favor of the governor's appointment of Bernadette Stark as a justice of the Probate and Family Court. I've known Bernie now for over 20 years. We first met at Western Mass Legal Services in Northampton, which is now known as Community Legal Aid. Meeting and getting to know Bernie was, I consider, one of the luckiest acquaintances that I've ever made. And it was also an unlikely one, given that we met from very different trajectories in life and very different backgrounds. Bernadette grew up from a working class military family in Brooklyn, New York. Through her hard work and her talents, she was able to claw her way up through college into law school and ended up securing one of the most coveted associate positions in New England doing corporate law. After giving corporate law a fair shot, she realized that her passions lay in representing the interests of ordinary people in their ordinary problems, which led her to apply for a position with Western Mass Legal Service representing families and survivors of domestic abuse. Bernie was already something of a big shot at the time that I met her. She was known by her colleagues to be competitive and fearless in the courtroom and not afraid to stand up to much more experienced opposing counsel. Bonded over our mutual love of baseball and became friends and learned that we shared very similar values and had very similar things that we wanted to do with our lives. And so in spite of the fact that I'm sorry to report Bernie is a lifelong New York Yankees fan, we decided to from Brooklyn, New York. In spite of that, we decided to join forces and open up a law practice together which was ultimately named Dinsmore Stark Attorneys at Law. I truly don't think that I would have had the nerve to take that step in my career at 1 year out of law school if I didn't have Bernie alongside me for the journey. Together, we built a successful law practice and worked alongside one another for over a decade. In 2019, we ended our partnership when Bernie had the opportunity to become the Director of Student Legal Services at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. I'm happy to have remained in her orbit, serving on the board for the Student Legal Services Office. Having known Bernadette for so long and in so many different capacities and through so many different challenges, I hope you will trust me when I tell you that I'm in a unique position to speak confidently about her character and about her qualifications for appointment as a judge. But today I'd like to talk about more than just her qualifications, which I hope would be evident on their own, but to talk about why she will be a truly exceptional judge. Of all the different categories of judges that we have in the Commonwealth, I have to believe that serving as a judge of the Probate and Family Court would be the hardest. It's in part because you are tasked with sorting out and making sense the best you can of seemingly intractable problems of the most personal variety. Marriages that are falling apart, fights over custody, child abuse, domestic violence. And on top of all of that, you're routinely dealing with people who don't have lawyers or can't afford lawyers, and all the while their own personal lives are falling to pieces. You have to be intelligent, you have to be wise, you have to be kind, but you have to be tough, you have to be creative, you need to be consistent, you need to be attentive, thoughtful, and hardworking. Not only this, but you need to possess these qualities in an appropriate balance. You need to have empathy for people, but not empathy for people who are suffering without being illogical about it. You need to have good intuition about people and their motives while remaining open to new information. You need to be flexible and creative while still respecting the rule of law. You need to be kind, but you also have to be tough. And you need to be tough, but without being a bully on the bench. It's a high wire balancing act, and you have to perform it every day you put on the road, which also on top of it all means you need to be resilient. It's a rare thing, I think, to encounter people that possess various combinations of these qualities. And it's truly an exceptional thing to encounter somebody who has all of these qualities and somebody who possesses them in the appropriate balances. And I truly believe that Bernadette Stark is one of those truly exceptional people. I say this because I spent years working alongside her and observing her deal with the most difficult family law cases, and sometimes with the most difficult people. Honestly, it's a practice that probably would have burned me out in about 6 months, but Bernie did it all with grace and with humor and patience, without ever losing control and without ever giving up on people. The same qualities that made Bernie a great lawyer would also make her a great judge. I wholeheartedly recommend her nomination, and I thank the council for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions? Henry?
Your practice is in Springfield?
It is.
And do you do primarily probate court? I'm 2 minutes late, so.
Sure, yeah, so I'm primarily do employee rights and class action wage and hour work.
Okay. Well, have you spent any time in probate court at all?
I spent some time in probate court. I spent a lot of time in the juvenile court, which has some kind of functional overlap.
Some overlap, sure.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your testimony. I think I've read through this nominee's material. I've spoken. I think she's a great candidate. I got to tell you, when she first got nominated, I got a call from Councilor Jacobs about what a great nominee she was. She's a huge, huge supporter of her, and that means a lot to me as well. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilor Ranella.
Thank you very much. Now, you and the nominee were affiliated in the same law firm for a number of years.
We were.
To me, obviously, she has a great educational background. I appreciate that. But what is important to me is someone's character, someone's temperament, Give me a sense of demeanor, give me a sense if you could address those issues, those qualities, I should say.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, I think more than just about anybody else I know, and certainly more than myself, Bernadette is self-possessed in a way that is far superior to most lawyers that I personally deal with, that I've personally worked with, and who I have opposing me in in my own day-to-day practice. The thing that makes that remarkable is I think the intense stress and high potential for acrimony that is endemic to family law in particular. You're dealing with clients whose, like, as I said, their lives are falling apart. They're sometimes trying to inflict damage on one another using their lawyers as proxies. And it just takes a really special type of person to maintain control, help to, provide a good example for the client, demonstrate the level-headedness that is needed to make sure that parties are able to get together and work together. And if they can, then just do the best job that they can on their behalf in court. It's a pressure cooker, and Bernie seems to handle it with ease.
To be a judge in the probate court, you have to have a lot of patience. I mean, just because I think of the probate court, you better have patience. You've worked with her for a number of years. Does she have a temper?
The only time I've ever seen her get angry is when the Red Sox came back from a 3-0 deficit for, no, I'm kidding. She even kept her composure then, but yeah, I've never seen her lose her temper, and I'm not being, I'm not exaggerating. I mean, tempers can run high, you get worked up in a case and people can make you angry, but in terms of losing control, I've never once seen her lose control either in the course of representing clients, in the course of her advocacy, in the course of just running a business with, the day-to-day challenges that come up in running a law practice. It hasn't happened, and I've not seen it.
Yes. That's hard to believe. The reason I say that is my good friend, Bob Judenholz on the council, and I talk to him all the time. He always used to ask that question. He withdrew from the council, resigned, I should say. And it's amazing. Everyone sits in that chair. Never had a temper. Never had a temper. It's not believable. That's like saying if I asked everyone in this room here, does anyone have a temper? No, no, no. So,
Yes.
so that's the question that he asked. We always used to talk about. This becomes a judge. That's pretty amazing. Not one judge. Bob was there 10 years. Pretty unique that not one judge has a temper. That's pretty good.
Well, I think the question I think I was trying to answer was whether she had ever lost her control, like control of her temper. She's gotten mad.
I give this one baby. I don't have any questions. The Counselor Jacobs, saying I got a same thing that she did with Kennedy. She called me right up, big supporter of yours. And when your name comes before the council, you can count on my full support. Thank you very much.
Oh, Councilor Devani has a question.
Can you tell us an instance that really impressed you about this nominee when she was with the client?
Yeah. I remember that she had one particular client. It was a father in a custody issue. Just an extremely nice, well-meaning person, but one who just needed a lot more attention and handholding than your typical client. And somebody who would call every day and check in, double check everything by email, and just really nervous, wanting to do the right thing for his kid, not wanting to make any mistakes in the proceeding, but doing so from kind of this position of hypervigilance. And I just remember the incredible amount of patience that our offices were right next door, so I heard her and saw her interact with this particular client a lot. And just the patience that she had with this particular client never made him feel silly for asking the questions, You know, made sure that his answers were, or his questions were fully answered by the time he left her office. And, you know, I just remember thinking that you know, she was patient in a way that sometimes most of us fall short of, and that really impressed me.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, thank you so much for your testimony, appreciate it. I'll call up our next witness, who is attorney Corey Cavallo. You can sit, you can stand, whatever makes you happy and comfortable.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Jacobs and members of the Governor's Council. It is an honor to be here today to speak in support of the nomination of Attorney Bernadette Stark for appointment as an Associate Justice in the Probate and Family Court. I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to the members of this council for your service and dedication in vetting justices for the courts of our Commonwealth. My name is Corey Cavallo. I have practiced law in Massachusetts for 15 years, and I have known Attorney Stark my entire career. She has been a mentor, a trusted colleague, and a dear friend. Most of my experience has been in the probate and family court, and I have found my career to be incredibly challenging and equally rewarding. Someone would ask me when I was in law school, what type of law do you want to practice? My answer was always the same: anything but family law. At least that was my response until I met Attorney Stark in my final year of law school. We met in 2008 when we both worked at the Student Legal Services office at UMass Amherst. She was a staff attorney there and graciously agreed to mentor me in the portfolio of practice areas that she handled, including her specialty of family law. She was incredibly supportive, collaborative, and a wonderful supervisor. She created genuine learning opportunities to help me develop to my fullest potential. She promised to change my mind about family law. Attorney Stark showed me the positive impact that attorneys can make in the lives of children and families. I witnessed firsthand how Attorney Stark's advocacy guided her clients away from potential tragedy and uncertainty toward stability, security, hope, and healing. Her actions consistently demonstrated to me that compassion and empathy have a rightful place in the practice of law, especially in the family court. Her enthusiasm and sincere belief in the law's power to be a force of good in the lives of families was contagious. And as I began my legal career, it was clear to me that Attorney Stark's approach to the practice of law was something to emulate. She is incredibly diligent and hardworking. She is knowledgeable of the law and meticulously studies it. Her writing is incredibly thorough, thoughtful, and compelling. She is a zealous advocate and a skillful negotiator. She is well prepared for every court hearing, every negotiation, every meeting. And no matter a client's financial circumstance, Attorney Stark provides the utmost professional and duteous representation. She is a consummate professional who carries a deep sense of integrity and ethical responsibility. Needless to say, Attorney Stark did change my mind about family law. 6 weeks after I was sworn in as an attorney in Massachusetts, she and I co-counseled our first trial together in a family law case. And in the 15 years since, we have co-counseled dozens of family law cases together and at least half a dozen trials. And I can assure this council, her dedication to the families of the Commonwealth has not changed since 2008. She approaches each case with humility and humanity. She searches beyond the legal complexities to the human stories beneath to understand the dynamics that underpin family conflict. She treats every individual in the courtroom with respect, understanding that each person, regardless of their background or circumstance, deserves fair and just treatment. I would venture that at least half of the cases that Attorney Stark and I have worked on together were performed pro bono. It has been a privilege to have worked closely with Attorney Stark all of these years. I've seen her mentorship continue with attorneys on her staff today and with law and undergraduate students who aspire to join the legal profession. She seeks out students from diverse backgrounds and identities who are underrepresented in the legal community to mentor. creating a pipeline of individuals interested in the legal profession who possess unique perspectives, experiences, and voices. She understands that for there to be diversity in our courtrooms, there must be diversity in our law classrooms and our legal incubators. Attorney Stark's commitment to legal education extends to her role as an adjunct professor, where her courses focus on negotiations and conflict resolution. She's a strong supporter of the local bar association and serves on the executive committee in Hampshire County. As a Massachusetts Bar Foundation Fellow, she serves on the foundation's Grant Advisory Committee, which allocates thousands of dollars to civil justice organizations throughout Western Massachusetts. Her contributions to the betterment of the legal profession cannot be overstated. It is nearly impossible to summarize all of the attributes that will make Attorney Stark an excellent probate and family court judge. It is equally impossible to summarize the incredible person that Bernie is. She is thoughtful, kind, and selfless. She is honest, trustworthy, and dependable. She is humble, competent, and competitive, but always polite and respectful. But to summarize and conclude, I will share one example of a case that I believe that captures the remarkable advocate and person that Attorney Stark is. 7 years after a biological mother placed her child in the care of her uncle and his wife, the mother reappeared at the relative's home unannounced with the police and demanded the child be returned to her and relocated to Florida. Panicked, the child's aunt, the only mother this child had ever known, looked to the courts for help and filed for a guardianship of the child. She could not afford an attorney, and she did not speak English. And she would need to prove her case by clear and convincing evidence. The odds were stacked against her and against this child. Fortunately, someone put the aunt in touch with attorney Bernadette Stark, who was moved to intervene. She agreed to represent the aunt pro bono. She dedicated dozens, if not 100 or more hours to the case, and she was incredibly resourceful. She recruited another attorney to work on the case, also pro bono. Then, knowing her client could not afford to depose the biological mother, Attorney Stark persuaded a court reporter company to donate their time, their office, their stenographer, and a court transcript. She secured expert testimony, again at no cost. When faced with circumstances that presented as limiting, Attorney Stark found resources. She fashioned hope where there had been none. In the end, after 3 days of trial, Attorney Stark's client prevailed. Justice prevailed for that child. This is the approach, the type of dedication, and the ability to think through each case based on its specific facts that Attorney Stark will bring to the bench. Although her efforts in this case were extraordinary, it was not out of the ordinary for her. Dedication to this profession and to the best interest of every child and every family that appears before the probate and family court is unmatched. She possesses the intellect, emotional intelligence, and temperament to not only be a successful jurist in the opinion of the legal community, but most importantly, to be seen by the public and the community she will serve as a thoughtful, caring, and fair judge. She is prepared to take on the immense responsibility of the bench, and I know she will do so with grace, kindness, and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
I was going to ask you if you could talk about a case that she had that you observed and you just told us. So there goes my question. What do you think is her greatest attribute that she's bringing to the bench?
She's incredibly caring, and it feeds into everything she does. She cares so deeply about the law and the integrity of the law, about her clients, about her reputation, about how the law is perceived by others. She is an incredible friend, a very caring and supportive of her friends and family, many of whom are here today.
Was there a case that's in your mind that you worked with, a nominee that you lost and was really critical?
In the probate and family court, it's often to find winners and losers. It's a cases often are about compromise. What I find so remarkable about Attorney Stark is in most of the cases, if not all of the cases, her final settlement offer would often match the final judgment we got. And I just think that's her ability to understand the case that's in front of her, to make the best and most fair offer she can. And then oftentimes the court agrees and will tend to give her a judgment, as I said, which matches her last settlement offer.
But the ones that you've lost, she's lost.
I guess I would speak to the first case I mentioned that she and I co-counseled, where we represented a single father who had custody of his 2 children and was seeking child support. And that was a difficult trial. We did not receive the judgment we were hoping for. And Bernie's first instinct was, we do have a court of appeals.
I was just gonna say that, yeah.
So I think she understands that not every case is going to be successful, however the parties define that. But she is a fierce advocate, and that is the case I mentioned that helped spurn my legal career.
Thank you. Your testimony was valuable. With your heart. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions for this witness?
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much for offering that testimony. I'm going to close this portion of the hearing and ask, do we have anyone else here today to speak in support of this nominee? Okay, seeing none. Do we have anyone here in opposition to today's nominee? Again, seeing none, so I'll close that portion of the hearing. At this point, I would like to offer the nominee the opportunity to share a personal statement.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Jacobs. And thank you all so much for hosting my hearing today, and to all of you for your time and consideration of my nomination. I thank Governor Maura Healey and Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll for nominating me, Chief Legal Counsel Paige Scott Reed, and Deputy Legal Counsel Derek Hesselheim for all of your time and discerning interviews. I'd like to thank Administrative Secretary Valerie McCarthy and her staff for their help with logistics, and Joyce, I'm a big fan of Joyce, from the governor, as well as all of those individuals involved in the vetting process leading up to my nomination. I'm also very grateful for the presence and support of Chief Justice John Casey and former Chief Justice Angela Ordonez, both of whom have been incredibly generous with their time and support throughout this process. I thank you. Thank you to my family, including all of those who couldn't be here today, as well as my witnesses, attorneys Corey Carvalho and Raymond Dinsmore, for taking the time out of your busy schedules. I so very much appreciate your time and effort in your words on my behalf today and in being here. And there are many others who have been a part of my journey who deserve thanks and recognition. However, I do want to be respectful of your time. I'm sure it's been a long day. I'd like to share my story with you. I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, in one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the United States during the 1980s. The sound of guns shooting outside of our home were a frequent occurrence. As a parent now, I can't imagine the fear mine must have felt watching me step foot outside of the house every day. Both of my parents served in the United States Army and worked hard to support our family. My father as a New York City bus driver and my mother at the U.S. Postal Service. In addition to my parents, my brother and I lived with my grandmother, my great-grandmother, and my severely disabled uncle, who were escaping domestic abuse in their previous home in Puerto Rico. While they were unable to support themselves in the U.S., they lived with us. And while this was financially challenging for my parents, I was blessed in many ways by this arrangement. I spent most of my childhood with my grandmothers, so I grew up in a bilingual household and spoke fluent Spanish from a young age. I also benefited from the shared knowledge, experience of 3 generations of women who faced adversities from hurricanes, hunger, and war. I saw them as proud, strong, and brave women whose stories instilled a sense of courage and determination in me at a very young age. But I soon learned that the rest of the world did not see them in the same light. You see, like many young bilingual children, I was a translator for my grandmother who spoke no English at her appointments with various service providers. In this role, I observed the vulnerability that she experienced at the hands of bureaucrats who were too overworked and under-resourced to offer much assistance. Some were cruel in how they treated those who appeared before them for help, and it was in one such situation where I decided that I wanted to become an attorney. I was at an appointment with my grandmother and I was translating the condescending comments from an agency worker to her. I will never forget the feeling of being the messenger in that situation. I was translating these words while my grandmother was looking down at the floor, listening to these words come from the mouth of her 8-year-old granddaughter. I was filled with anger in that moment because I knew that she was embarrassed, but I resolved that I would become an attorney to help people like my grandmother who could not help themselves because of language barriers, poverty, or a variety of other reasons. Also, and more importantly for me, I resolved in that moment that if I were ever in a position of authority over someone else, that I would never make anyone feel the way that my grandmother and I felt on that day. You see, I was taught that everyone has their own challenges and that I should always treat people with respect because you never know what they might be going through. Kindness was seen as a strength in my family, and I developed a strong desire to help those who could not help themselves, and to do so in a manner that affirmed their dignity as a human being. Family is everything to me. My mother is my hero in every sense of the word, and I think that I can live multiple lifetimes before I can match the strength, courage, and tenacity that she has exhibited in her one lifetime. I witnessed the sacrifices that she made, and I credit her sheer stubbornness and steely determination as a big part of why I am here before you today. I am blessed with 2 wonderful sons who are kind young men. They are my light, my joy, and the reason I push myself to be better every day, as well as an amazing partner and a supportive ex-wife. And like many families in the Commonwealth, as much as there has been love, there have been challenges. As children, my brother and I observed the impact of socioeconomic stressors on my parents and the domestic violence that resulted. As a young adult, coming out to my family and friends at a time where insidious stereotypes were pervasive was a daunting experience, with challenges that are still too commonly faced by many in our community. I've experienced the emotions and fears that accompany a divorce, even an amicable divorce like mine. And the fact that I shared these experiences with many of those that I've represented not only helped me better understand their needs, but it made me a more effective and empathic advocate for all of my clients. My legal career has allowed me to work with individuals across the spectrum of our community. First, as a corporate associate at Goulston & Stores here in Boston, representing wealthy families and corporations. My passion for public service soon led me to a position as a staff attorney at Western Mass Legal Services, where I represented low-income survivors of domestic violence in family law cases, and where I was finally able to use my law degree in the service of the disenfranchised, the marginalized, and the most vulnerable in our communities. There, I was involved in some of the most difficult and heart-wrenching cases handled by the probate and family courts, cases with physical abuse, mental health and substance use disorders, and invariably the involvement of the Department of Children and Families. I have represented single fathers, immigrants, grandparents, and those who I knew would never be able to pay a dime towards any legal fees I might charge them. I've represented numerous non-traditional families in protecting their rights to their children and their property at a time where the laws were insufficient to do so. I represented several individuals who were struggling their entire lives, finally be able to affirm their core identity in name change petitions. Probate and Family Court is filled with good people experiencing life's most difficult transitions. Compassion, patience, and empathy are among the greatest strengths I will bring to this position. I recognize how a judge's words and decisions can impact future generations. I have had the children of former clients come to me for assistance, and I have personally observed the cycle of intergenerational trauma present in many families. Judges have an important role to play in recognizing these challenges and in helping to break that cycle, which requires affording all litigants a meaningful opportunity to present their case with respect and with compassion. Honorable counselors, I have walked in the shoes of many of the litigants who come to the probate and family court for help, and I believe that this experience and perspective is both invaluable and necessary on the bench. I have witnessed the effects of racism, poverty, domestic violence, and many of the other challenges the most vulnerable in our society face, and I keenly remember that feeling of helplessness in the face of despair. No child should have to experience such things, and as an attorney, I wanted to bring hope to those without it. I truly believe that a position on the bench is a public trust to be taken seriously and not a laurel to hang onto the end of your legal career. As a judge, I would continue to bring that kindness, respect, and hard work to all of the litigants that appear before me. While my professional experience qualifies me for a position on the bench, it is my personal experience and empathy that will inform my judicial temperament, my understanding, and my commitment to the rule of law and equal justice for all. It would be the honor of a lifetime to be confirmed as an Associate Justice of the Probate Court. I am ready to serve the people of the Commonwealth in this capacity, and it would be a privilege to receive your vote. Thank you so much, counselors and Chairperson Jacobs, for allowing me this time to speak to you about my journey and for your consideration of my nomination. I'm happy to answer any questions you have for me.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Counselor Devaney.
Thank you, Councilors. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
You took a long journey to meet me, and I appreciate that. The thing is that, I'm thinking of how the court has changed from, say, 20 years ago, someone being a judge. Much more difficult, you have more complex cases. And you were able to handle them because you've already had so many of those cases. Tell us about your most rewarding case for LGBT with a QIA, if I get that right, individuals. The one that is most stands out that you always look back on and was such a wonderful outcome that.
Sure. So the case that sticks out in my mind is a case that I handled well over 15 years ago. It involved an individual who was transitioning, who identified as transgender and was in the process of a divorce. The fact that the individual was taking testosterone was used against them to make the allegation that they might be violent with the child. There's no basis for this. And in fact, we provided expert testimony to show that it actually helped with the individual's depression and other symptoms that they were experiencing. And I understood that in order to be an effective advocate for that client in that case, I really had to educate everyone involved. It was the first case involving a transgender individual in Western Massachusetts that I was aware of and that I believe the judge.
So there's no law to go back, there's no law to go back to any, someone goes back 20 years or whatever, you could do that, was it?
Well, the laws as written are gender neutral, but the lack of understanding around what that meant and what role that person had to play in the family, and as well as how the courts would address that, were very complicated. And I think education is the key in that situation, to educate opposing counsel, to educate the court on what the issues are and what the real issues, right? And at the end of the day, it's about the best interest of the child. And that client, regardless of what they were going through, was a loving, caring, responsible parent. And I had to keep the court's attention on that fact and was able to prevail on the client's behalf.
I'm going to get back to that, but I just wanted, your witness mentioned about the Red Sox and the Yankees, so I have to, I have grandchildren in New York, so they're born there, their father was born there, they're Yankee fans. My late daughter was a Red Sox supporter, faithful, always, despite the whole family being Yankees. So I want to tell you that. And my son is in Queens, so if you don't think it's hard for him living in Queens.
Yes. Well, I'll tell you something that may make you feel a little better. When my brother and I were young, we would play baseball, and even if it was just the two of them, we played this game where one of us had to be the Yankees and one of us had to be the Red Sox, and I was always the Red Sox. So, it's in my heart for the players on those '80s Red Sox teams.
Well, I told my son, be careful wearing that Red Sox hat, and that's very dangerous. But, anyway, no, but I think, I've been here 25 years and everything has changed and transgender and all, it's all also new. And I'm wondering what kind of law rules can you go by because they have been recently established. I have a very close friend, transgendered, probably 35 years ago. And she had boys and they went to school and everything. And I think, amazing what she must have gone through because I don't know anyone in my life except her. And, she's remarkable and she has really done a lot for people because she's walked in their shoes, So, the people that you represented, have you represented more men or more women or children? What is the?
I've been fortunate to represent so many across all the different aspects and those that make up our communities. I will say that at legal services, the majority of my clients identified as women, and in private practice, I think that the majority of my clients were actually men. For me, it wasn't about whether you were a woman or a man or a mom or a dad. It was, are you a good parent? Are you a caring parent? And if I'm talking to you in my office and I'm telling you about best interest of the child and you're telling me about what you think your child needs, and if you're listening and receptive to wanting to do right by your child, then I can work with you, because that is my job, is to
I
help
have
you.
to say, I've been here 25 years. I've never had a nominee before me with that experience to know gays and transgenders and all, that they haven't had that experience. So they have to actually learn to be better, and you won't. I think of all the different situations that come before you. You have a gay couple and they have a child and they get divorced. How do you choose who's going to have that child? You're gonna have joint custody, or someone's gonna, all of those things, that come into play. Have you had any of those
Oh,
situations?
yes, many. And it was a lot more complicated prior to the legalization of same-sex marriage in the Goodrich versus Department of Public Health decision, where these families existed even though the law didn't recognize them, and they were creating families and children. And I helped those families with planning, both in terms of preparing the necessary contracts and advising them on what precautions they needed to take. But then even after, same-sex marriage was legalized, well, that means same-sex divorces are legalized. And again, it was about educating the court on, this isn't about whether it's one woman or two women. This isn't about whether it's a man and a woman. It's about, do we have two loving, caring, responsible parents in front of us? And what is the best arrangement for the child in that situation? It was complicated by the fact that for a long period of time, Massachusetts law and federal law were at odds because of the Defense of Marriage Act. And so there were many years where I assisted families navigate complicated issues regarding their retirement accounts under ERISA, immigration issues where, you could be legally married in the state of Massachusetts, but you weren't allowed to sponsor your partner because of federal law. And so you have to be very creative as an attorney to try to find solutions in a framework like that.
I can't even imagine all the situations that you have a gay married couple. One is the biological mother and they divorce. Does the person who is the biological mother have more rights to that child because she gave birth? Or I can't even imagine being a judge on these things. How do you decide?
So no, the person that is if the parties are married, and the person that is the biological parent does not, because under Massachusetts law, any child born to a married couple is a child of both of those individuals. And so there is no presumption for the biological parent. Although I would be remiss if I didn't mention that I'm sure that that is a tactic that has been used in cases where they tried to use biology as a means to gain an advantage in a custody case. But no, they're both parents of a child have the same, you start from the same place with both parents with respect to what is best for that child.
That's good.
Judge has to understand that.
What, now this is, just because I'm so ignorant about this whole law. What about the biological father, the sperm donor? Do they have any say when any of this comes up before court? If they want any, if they do want to have some relationship with the child, or does that come up at all?
It has. There are many cases that can be complicated by that. In fact, I remember in my career, I handled a case where a child was born to two women. That was the result of an extramarital affair, and the father was recognized on the birth certificate. So if the father is recognized on the birth certificates, there are certain rights that attach to that. And it's complicated. A judge has to navigate those issues, looking at what the law says at the time, but as well as what is in the best interest of the child. In the old days, as I say, people used to sign contracts or try to come up with ways of making sure that that person wasn't involved. But at the end of the day, the law states that a child born within a marriage is the child of those two married individuals and is very protective of that. It would be very difficult to challenge that.
I never heard of what happens with the children who, they have a mother, they have two mothers, and they don't know who the father is. Do they have any legal right to know?
A child is born to two mothers and wants to know. That's going to depend on a lot of things, whether or not how one of the women became pregnant with the child, whether or not there are contracts involved, waivers, disclosures. Maybe the sperm donor did not want to be known. But those cases, I'm sure there are still some that find their way into the courts as well.
Well, I volunteered a year in court with juveniles on probation. And I really look back, and I had no idea about governor's council, and didn't even know it was in those days. And I look back, and I think that was the best experience I ever had, because the other side. I mean, I had 4 children, my own little world, and I had no idea how children live. They have, divorced parents, or the mothers. One of them was a teenage girl, and her mother was a prostitute, didn't know who the father was, all of those situations. Now, do you get into any of those situations where, a child is, really wants to be separated from the parent, wants to be emancipated?
I've come across some of those cases. I have not represented a child involved in a matter like that, but I have had cases involved where maybe the parents are fighting for custody and the child doesn't want to be with either of them. And that's the point where you look to see again, first, let's investigate, let's find out more about what's going on and maybe appoint a guardian ad litem or an advocate for the child in that matter. And second, you could, sorry, I lost my train of thought, but I think appointment of the guardian ad litem is the first thing that I would do to investigate the matter.
So I did ask you about the most rewarding result of a case, and you mentioned that. So we went over all this for hours, and I really thank you coming the distance. I told you should have brought someone with you. That's a long ride. But
waffles were worth it.
No, I know. But I'll tell you, I really was so impressed, because we need people with your experience to go to the court, and you just can't learn on the bench your life experience, and I can identify with you. I'm a daughter of immigrants, and I know what they went through. That they valued education. My parents were not. My father came from Italy and 12 years old, and parents never sent him to school again. he went to work, I know, today, 12-year-old. So he never had education, so I never had that instilled in me. You're very, very lucky. So, you better, and you know what? You don't see it today, to have grandparents and great grandparents and to grow up like that. I didn't have grandparents alive when I was born. I just can't even imagine what you learn from them, and to know the languages and everything. I mean, my family, my parents were so prejudiced against that they didn't dare talk Italian. I don't know one word and I feel so bad. They didn't want us to be laughed at. So thank you for bringing up this wonderful person, really. So I can't say enough about you. It was such a pleasure to meet you, and I learned so much because this is a field, really, in the courthouse. And some of your cases will be documented, I'm sure. So I wish you all good luck. I know you'll be wonderful, and I was really proud to have the time to really get to know you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Counselor Duff?
Thank you. Nice to see you.
See you, Counselor.
Being here. I know you said you left Golston and Stores because you wanted to do public service. Was that difficult? That's a great, I mean, you were doing really exciting work there. I mean, I know what you're doing is your passion and everything, but was that a hard decision to make? Because I think financially it must have been tremendous.
It was a very difficult decision to make because of the finances. I financed my way through both undergrad and law school with loans, and so I had a tremendous loan debt to repay after I graduated, and Golston afforded me a salary where I could repay those loans. So I figured I would work there for a few years, gain the experience, and then follow my heart. A few months into my position there, however, my law school, Cornell, developed a loan forgiveness program, and I immediately jumped on that opportunity. I applied, I was accepted, and as soon as I got the notice, I gave my notice at Golston and took a $100,000 pay cut, much to my mother's chagrin. I think she was a little...
Same mother.
Had a lot of long conversations. We had a lot of conversations about that move. But I slept so well at night. I was so happy doing that work. That's why I went to law school, and that's the work I wanted to do.
That's great. That's great to hear. It's in Cornell. I mean, we don't have so many people from Cornell in here.
It's a great school.
Yeah, it's hard to follow your passion. I had a couple of jobs where I made a lot of money for a lot of other people, and I don't even put them on my resume. I forget that I did them. I mean, I just blanked them out because there was no passion in it for me. It was just money. Much to my mother's chagrin, my mother's not with us anymore, but much well, not to her so much as my father's, is I am not motivated by money at all. And it's really, it's there's a double-edged sword to that. So your legal journey's been really interesting. And we talked about this, but you went from, you worked with your law partner and everything. And then, you've gone back to UMass. And, it's none of my business whether that's a financial hardship or not, but what motivated you to do that? I mean, I know why they picked you. Seriously, I'm not saying that to be flattering, but I do know why they picked you. But why did you pick them?
It was an exciting opportunity to be involved in an environment where I could not only practice law, but I could be involved in education and mentor undergraduate students. In that position, I was of counsel to the student government associations of both the undergrad and graduate school, and that immersed me in new areas of the law that I got up to speed on quickly, including constitutional law, First Amendment law, and I was able to provide guidance. Many members of the student government association are currently in our legislature. They're in Washington, they're in our courts, they're in our state house. And the opportunity to be there at a time in their lives where they're learning, where they're needing guidance about some of the ways to be in this world and some of the important things to think about was an opportunity I couldn't pass up.
Yeah, good for you. And to work, not that this is what you were doing there, but for you to be a leader in our community is very important. Times have changed. They are getting better. They're not perfect, that's for sure. But in the last 10 years, I mean, it's changed some of the mind. Yet for those of us in the community, it's scary. I live in fear. You know, my rights, my wife's rights could be stripped at any moment. And you know, I ain't leaving Massachusetts, that's for sure. But it is something that, most of the community people in the world don't have to think about. You know, what happens, what happens if, my wife isn't able to get my pension or my benefits or something like that. That's really, it's ominous. It's a heavy burden to carry. And unfortunately, so many of us thought we were past that, but we clearly in this country are not. So thank you for your work with that. I do see, and I made a note on your paperwork, and then as I continued to read, you said you did. Would you like to continue teaching? I would. The odd course here and there, I'd like you to, not that I'm up to or anything, but I think it's important for people, for attorneys and lawyers, attorneys and lawyers, same thing, but for the judges and again, LGBTQ people to be teaching and to be seen and to be visible. And one of the great ways to do that is teaching. When you mentioned constitutional law, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, an attorney, but that is like the stuff that is just you dream of, like, I read about it. It's exciting. It's more exciting now than it's ever, well, I don't know, maybe Alexander Hamilton thought it was exciting too, but anyway, but thank you for that. You've answered this question very honestly. And again, I said our previous woman who was here, it's very clear and concise. She's also the daughter of immigrants, and I wonder, just sitting here and processing some of it, if that has something to do with it, that your ability to communicate has been heightened because of the speculating, because of the community you've lived in. But you did point out in one of your answers that you've learned how to read verbal and nonverbal communication. That's a skill. We talked a lot about, folks that I'm concerned about, of course, LGBTQ people. Let's talk a little bit about folks with addictions that you're seeing in court. And I would think in probate court, some of those would be very complicated issues because it could be a parent, it could be a child. There aren't many beds for kids. I frankly don't think there are many beds, period. I think a few years ago, it became the du jour issue and everyone was crying and talking about it and banging their fists that we would have more funding for opiate addicts and we would all get through this together and everything like that. And then the moment changed. And, and that was good that it did happen. And I do think a lot of people still have that passion. But from what I see, I'm not sure. I think the stigma has changed, at least for white people. But I don't know how much of some of the other stuff has changed. Do you have experience? Are you willing to share anything about that?
Sure, I do. I've represented many individuals who have struggled with substance use disorders. I remember during the period of the opioid crisis in particular, not that we're out of it, I had several clients who would come to me and the story would always start, I hurt my back on the job. I can't tell you how many stories started that way and what that ultimately led to because of the opiates they were prescribed, eventually to heroin and eventually to the ruin of the family in many respects. And so I do believe, I do have a lot of experience working with clients who have experienced that. I also have experience working with clients who have lost children as a result of their addiction and the lack of support and resources that they had at the moment. One of the things I prioritized in my private practice that I would continue to prioritize always if I'm confirmed is knowing what's out there. I believe it is so important to know the resources available in your community, outside of your community, so that you can connect need to resources. And I think that's one of my skills is connecting need to resources. And in order to know what resources are out there, I have to be out there. I have to be involved in our community and talking to people and educating myself. And I would very much like to continue.
Thank you. That's To me, that's a perfect answer, is because if you're sitting on the bench, I mean, you know, we can't arrest people out of this, and sending them to jail is a Band-Aid. It's not. In the numbers of success, I don't know if I've spoken to so many judicial candidates lately, but the probability of you being a heroin addict and coming off heroin successfully for the rest of your life is very low. And it's about 15%. And people don't know that, people don't want to know that. I do have to say, this is the third administration I've worked under, but this is, with Governor Healy, I have, and this is just a personal observation, she hasn't pounded her fist much. She's actually done the work. She actually, as the Attorney General, took the action steps to sue the Sackler family and get funding for this state to actually put her money where her mouth is. And I'm grateful for that. I used to work with heroin addicts. I used to work with addicts, period, but most of them were opiate addicts. And it's very rare to see somebody in this building actually do what she did. Maybe because she was across the street, it was easier to do back then. But I'm very grateful for it. The last thing, you did mention your disabled uncle. And I will speculate, we talked a little bit about that. Recognizing people with special needs, not just physical needs, which are really important because our courts are not yet, from what I understand, up to date in that type of accessibility, which is a whole other ball of wax. Like, it's hard because, the courts, the judicial system is one branches of government, right? And they get less than 5% of the budget. I don't know what the number is now. It's be like 3.5%. But when you're the judge, and particularly in this court that you're going to, it's not quite, I always call housing court one of Dante's circles of hell. But you're not quite in the inferno, but you're probably in the outer circle. But it's such hard work that you're going to be doing. You clearly have not just a knack for it, but you in the disposition, but the passion for it. It's very admirable. And I thank you for that, because you're clearly someone that could be making a ton of dough doing something. I mean, you were, right? I mean, it's very easy to do. You could be a law professor probably at any of our universities if you wanted to be. And yet you've done this public service path. But having a knowledge of working with people with different types of abilities is important. And and I know from my own life, had grown up with someone with a disability, that there are challenges that people don't understand and they don't know until they've lived with it. And I think that's a blessing that you will bring to the court, having that lived experience, because it's very, it's hard to describe to people what it can be. And I can't imagine some of the cases that you would see in court that have to do with those things, and what you said are the things that aren't said, right?
Exactly.
The things that aren't said about an ability or different ability or disability, whatever you want to call it. So my last thing that I do want to say is I am a really big baseball fan. And I'll watch a Little League game. I mean, I
watched the Little League.
I love baseball. To me, it's like quintessential American. But what I really don't understand, okay, you were born in Brooklyn, so I'll give you the pass on not being a Red Sox fan yet, but just, I don't want to lie about that.
I can't.
Mets fan. I mean, what you described was actually the play Damn Yankees, right? When you were talking about you and your brother, he gets to be the Yankees and I'm you were like talking about something that we've seen on TV on the stage. Yes. Anyone doesn't know that. That's right. But why not a Mets fan? Want you to be a Mets fan?
I grew up in Brooklyn and in the shadow of Ebbets Field, right? That's where the Brooklyn Dodgers were. And had the Dodgers been around when I was a young one, I likely would have been a Dodgers fan. But unfortunately, California got our Dodgers. So I grew up watching Phil Rizzuto announcing Yankee games on Channel 11. And I don't know if it was his voice or whatever, but it drew me in. I loved baseball. It's huge in my family, Puerto Rican community, big baseball fans, and that's the team I fell in love with. And when I was young, they were terrible. I mean, they won in '78. So I moved to Boston, and I hope you guys win in 2002. So.
That was a very good thing to highlight. But of all of the things you said, though, what I respect the most is your honesty about it, in that you never compromise who you are or what you believe in. So thank you very much. I think you will be a wonderful addition to the bench. I hope that the council concurs that it's the right thing to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Capel.
Thank you, Counselor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We had a great conversation, and I told you in the middle of it, when you shared some of your stories, I was sold. And we heard it talked about today, just because I found some analogy in my career path as yours. And from a distance, when I squint, sometimes it looks like our system of financing higher education and student loans is a subsidy for the big firms that crush our soul. We do it because we got to pay the money back. Right? Now my firm is wonderful and my partners are great, but so I know they're not watching. And Counselor Jacobs has been talking about you for a long time, and so you came in with a lot of good things. So I'm not going to ask a lot of questions, but I just note I'm becoming a broken record. This administration is giving us nominees who come with tremendous levels of understanding of our communities. In some cases, in many cases, communities that I don't think have been adequately understood, and not necessarily by the fault of the people who are there right now, because as we discussed, culture shifts, and we see those shifts happen in our courts, and especially in our family courts. I was perusing the Commonwealth's Juvenile Justice Policy and Data Board report that just came out. Our court-involved youth in our juvenile courts, 26% identify as LGBTQ. 26% of kids in our juvenile court, 4% more identify as gender nonconforming. And then there's 10% who are either unreported or who are choosing not to report. That's a really disproportionate number, and it's been growing a lot. And I worry a lot about some of the kids I've worked with who've been dealing with family issues, I'll say, because of their identity or orientation. I'm really thrilled to have your voice and the other voices I've seen so far joining our probate family court. You were very gracious to me to speak with retired Judge Luis Perez, who's someone I hold up as a judge who, for Worcester, was in our communities, was leveraging his position on the bench to make incredibly meaningful impact in our community for our children that persists today. And the fact that you took the time to speak with him, and to be frank with you, the fact that he had very high things to say about you after your conversation. I don't know how brief or in-depth it was. I know you're going to talk to him again soon, but just the whole presentation, I'm just really thrilled. I want to thank the administration. I want to thank you for applying. And I want to applaud Counselor Jacobs, because Western Mass is getting some really good nominees. I'm really jealous, but I'm very impressed also. So I'm not going to ask you any questions. I'm sorry that I spoke rather than let you speak, but I'm just really thrilled. I'm really thrilled to be voting yes for you when that comes up. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Councilor Duff.
What a privilege, sorry. I do want to say again, and I think there's a lot of people, the first call I got was from Counselor Jacobs. And she's been a great, not just a fan, but an advocate for you. And I think what people don't understand about this whole process in the council, because, we are the only body in the state with absolute veto power over the governor. We say, no, that's it. And so the congeniality of the counselors, the respect counselors have for each other, relationships they have with each other really, really matter. And so when you have a counselor like her who is advocating for you, it goes a long way. So you should be grateful, because she has really done a terrific job in that. And for the record, thank you, Counselor Jacobs.
Councilor Duff for saying that. I really appreciate it so much. One Well, okay, so my turn, I guess. First off, your statement was so moving, and it only just builds on the conversations we've already had that, you know, just showed your heart and your character. And I want to talk about the many people who reached out on your behalf to echo the same sentiments as well. This is a printout of all the emails I received on a crazy number of emails that possibly are still rolling in right now because they were coming in as early as this morning or as most recently as this morning. And in this stack, there are emails from judges, from opposing counsel, from people who worked with you at UMass. And I do want to read an excerpt from this one letter, and it's a long email, so I'm not going to read it all. I'm just going to read bits and pieces of it. But I know it's from someone who would have liked to have come and spoken on your behalf, but I think maybe has a little bit of a fear of public speaking, which I can understand fully. I've had to overcome that myself. So this is from Diane Warren, who was your longtime paralegal and still friend. Skipping to the middle, I was employed by Bernadette Stark Esquire in her private law practice as her senior paralegal from early 2015 through July of 2019, when she closed her practice to become the director of the UMass Student Legal Services Office. I also worked with Attorney Stark at the UMass Student Legal Services Office for 6 weeks prior to the college closing due to the COVID-19 pandemic, at which time I returned to work in our private law office. Skipping ahead, over the years, I have become acquainted with and have had direct contact with many family law attorneys throughout Hampden and Hampshire counties. I have also become familiar with many of the probate and family court justices, both through my own divorce and paternity actions, as well as attending trials with the attorneys with whom I worked. My first criteria in accepting employment with a family law attorney was that I couldn't work with an attorney whom I did not respect and who did not have the respect of her peers as well as the court. Throughout my career, it was important to me that I work with attorneys who were not only knowledgeable, but were honest, cared about their clients, produced a good work product, and achieved fair and reasonable resolutions to their cases. I found all of those qualities in Bernadette Stark Esquire. Attorney Stark was a pleasure to work with. She always came to the office with a good disposition, notwithstanding whatever challenges she faced for the day, both in the office, the courtroom, and in her family life. And she talks a little bit about your family life. Attorney Stark treated me as a valued colleague and was always respectful of my knowledge and experience. She was honest and forthright with her clients, always explaining to them the best and worst case scenarios to ensure they understood the court process and potential outcome in relation to the cost of legal fees. She displayed empathy for her clients despite the fact that family law clients can often take the frustrations of their circumstances out on their counsel and staff. And skipping ahead some more. In short, I believe Bernadette Stark has the knowledge, qualifications, and importantly, the temperament to be a great justice, and believe she would be an asset to the probate and family court. So I'm gonna submit this into record, all of these emails, including that one, and they will be shared with my fellow counselors if they're interested in reading the many incredibly enthusiastic words of support that you've received. Add to that, this past Monday night, we held a hearing in Northampton, a local hearing for people to come and give their testimony. And we heard from 9 witnesses who had come out on behalf of you. And then from the public, we had another, I want to say 8 people stand up in support of you. And it was incredibly well attended. There were over 60 people who came out to attend the hearing. And there were judges, there were lawyers, but beyond that, there were students from UMass who came out. There were multiple softball teams. And cheered. At the conclusion of each person's testimony, there was uproarious applause, cheering, and like fist pumps in the air. Which was just amazing. And it was a diverse array of people who came forward, which I think speaks to I've said, like, I believe it and I've said it, our judges matter and representation on the bench matters so much. And you are a representative of so many communities who are so pleased to finally see themselves reflected in your nomination. And we heard that numerous times in the emails that I just submitted, but also in the people who came up and spoke for you, that the LGBTQ community, the softball community, the Puerto Rican but Latinx community and the work that you've done in support, pro bono work and otherwise, with those communities, obviously with the testimony shared was so touching about specific cases that you took on and people that you've helped and whose lives you've impacted. All that to say that the through thread, the common words that were used again and again and again, both in these emails and in the hearing, were your kindness and your empathy and your compassion and your knowledge and your work ethic and on and on and on. The words go on and on. I have been remiss in not yet summing it all up and sending it to council, but I will send you guys a little report on sort of the words that were shared and that we heard. But it was unbelievably enthusiastic support for you and consistent expression of the kind of person that you are. So I will echo what has been said, but I'm incredibly enthusiastic about your nomination and look forward to making the motion to confirm you next week. Before we close, is there anything further that you feel you wanted to share with us about yourself or your...
I am just so grateful to be here again. Thank you all so much. I enjoyed my conversations with every single one of you, to the staff who supported me, to the judges, to my amazing family for travel and witnesses and friends for traveling this way. Just thank you all so much for your time.
Well, that's wonderful. So with that, I will adjourn the hearing for today and thank you to my fellow counselors.